Greetings one and all, and welcome to episode 59 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. A podcast made, produced and developed by an assortment of friends, but most notably myself, Dan, who's here all the time due to my, lack of other things going on in my life, and also my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Phil?
I'm pretty good. We're at episode 59, right? So one more to the big 6-0.
Indeed.
Quite exciting.
Does the big 6-0 actually mean anything to you at all, Phil? It doesn't necessarily mean anything to me. I feel like you're just kind of using it as some kind of piece of filler to get us through this initial starting patter.
It's a nice round number, isn't it? It's always nice when you hit a milestone. I mean, it's not the 50th and it's not 100, but it's slowly on our way to 100. Give us another year or two.
Well, it depends. At the moment, we put out roughly 26 episodes a year should be the average, based on 52 weeks of the year and us coming out every fortnight. So, yeah, technically we stick to that. Although this year we will have finished on something closer to 30, maybe 31 episodes, given the fact that...
we cheated during lockdown, didn't we, and did it weekly.
We did do it weekly to try and add some entertainment to people's... rather confusing and scary life that it was back then. Not that it's drastically changed now, but, this isn't the place you come to listen to people talking about the various things going on with COVID. During the early onset months of COVID, we decided that going weekly was a good plan. So, by the end of the year, we will have probably done closer to like 32 episodes, I'd say, for this year. But it's been a good year on the whole, man. I mean, not obviously from a general sense, but in terms of the podcast, it's been good. We've seen some nice, exposure, as it were, or growth, if that's important to anyone listening. I mean, I appreciate it probably isn't. And to be fair, I'm actually really content with where we're at. I mean, I know a lot of people kind of say that sort of stuff, but... I kind of like us at this sort of size. I don't necessarily feel like I want to get much bigger, because then that probably comes with loads of extra responsibilities and obligations that I'm not necessarily mad keen on. But I don't know. It'd be nice if it happens, I guess. But I mean, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if we come to it. So there you go. There's a bunch of words about where we're at with the podcast. I mean, how are you feeling about it all, Phil? All in a good place?
It's always enjoyable to do, and the hobby world is obviously not a bit hard to do games at the moment, but it's
you say that
getting back on track.
You say that, but we got a game in, didn't we? You and I.
We did.
Throwing dice together, and that was a pretty fun experiment. There were some photos taken and shared on the old Instagrams, which was rather lovely. I had my beautiful Blood Ravens army. Beautiful in the fact that I didn't actually paint it. Or at least I haven't painted the majority of it. Elements of it are being painted by me at the moment, replicating Tom's rather beautiful paint scheme that he has crafted for it. So it was really cool to get Phil... throwing some dice. We played it on the official proper 44 inches by 60 inches format that is going to be used by No Retreat, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So we did it proper. And if any of you are interested, by the way, the guy who painted my Blood Ravens, a nice chap named Tom, you can find him on Instagram by searching Red Fuzz Paints. So if you want to see more of his work, you can check out Red Fuzz Paints. And he has some absolutely gorgeous Death Guard Horus Heresy miniatures that he's working on at the minute. So I highly recommend you go and check him out, because those are pretty awesome. I hope that one day he gets bored of them as well, so as I may buy those from him.
Brilliant. It's a great method of collecting an army.
It is. It really is, man. I mean, I don't necessarily have as much time as I'd like to paint my own stuff. I mean, I'm always... I've always got miniatures on the go. I've always got stuff going on around me, but I'm just a little bit too scatterbrained to focus on any one specific project. So it's really great when people like Tom decide that they want to get rid of, armies that they've collected and painted over the years. Because what I lack in time, I make up for with money. Not that I really don't have that much money as it is, but enough to buy second-hand Warhammer 40,000 every now and again. But yeah, so we played on the proper 60 by 44 table. Got some really beautiful scenery that looks really nice on that sandy mat that I got, the kind of desert scheme mat. When I actually look back at the photos, it's beautiful to see how the rock formation bits of scenery that I purchased blend in perfectly with the mat. Did you notice that, Phil, when you look at the photos? It looks one and the same. It's quite incredible.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. If you go back and look at the photos, you'll notice that there are, the large kind of like rocky upcrop bits of rockiness. And when you look at it against the mat, it actually all comes together really beautifully. I was pleasantly surprised by that effect.
That's cool.
And then when mixed with the other ruins and things, it brings it all together really nice. But yeah, me and Phil played a game. I played Space Marines. Phil didn't, so spoilers, it didn't go so well for Phil, did it?
No, I mean, that was my first game of Krieg in 9th edition. So, and I think having played it, I've already gone, there's some things I would change in my list already. So it'll be interesting to see if I can turn it around when I go to Gibraltar next week and see if I can win some games. I think it's a fun army. There's just a ton of tanks in it, and obviously we talked about it in the previous episode. Previous episode. So you can go back, listen to that list. I'm sure we'll do a debrief episode where I go what I would have changed and all that nonsense. So, people can look forward to another Krieg segment that I've shoehorned in via my own sheer will.
Exactly, man, exactly. I think that's the thing with your army, though. I mean, I didn't even exploit this mild issue that Phil's army has, but not only is Phil's army really, really good at giving you bring it down or whatever the killer monster or tank secondary is, it's also...
Yeah, that's bring it down.
Yeah, bring it down. It's also pretty good if you're trying to do grind it down against it as well, because if I'm not mistaken, Phil, you got like 12 tanks in that army list, right?
I believe... Hold on, they're in front of me. Let me just count them out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11.
Oh, 11 tanks. So you've got 11 tanks. And then how many infantry?
2 squads of 10 plus 3 characters.
Okay, fine.
Infantry characters.
But the point is...
So I believe the 2 squads of 10 will score 2 victory points between them.
Yep.
And then each vehicle is worth 1 extra victory point.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can max out if you go, but you can't take both because they're the same category, aren't they?
No, they're not. They're not, mate. No.
Oh, are they not?
No. Grind it down is in the. Hang on, I've got chapter approved in front of me as I move some stuff.
Oh yes, because one is specific about killing things, and the other one's in the specific killing types of things.
Correct. Yeah. So irritatingly for you, Phil, it's like one of those things that I was like, oh wow, actually. I could have gone with the no mercy ability of thin their ranks, and then I could have gone with the purge the enemy of bring it down, and then I would have been having a great time. But I didn't even do that. I went with line breaker, which was relatively good at times, but not the best it could have been, and a bore the witch because Phil has 2 astropath characters that are worth 10 points for killing.
Exactly. What would you rather take? Abhor the witch and have to kill just 2 characters to get 10 points, or kill 10 tanks?
Well, I take all 3, mate. In the end, if I was,
but it can be though, because because Abhor the witch is a psychic. Oh my god! Right. So I assume there'll be some people listening that are going to be playing me at Gibraltar. Most notably, a certain Phil, I imagine. Another guy also called Phil, so I'm pretty sure he listens. So if you take those 3 exact secondaries against me, I know it's because of you, Dan, and it'll be all your fault.
It will be all my fault, yeah, no, potentially, because that at least is, so that's, 28 for fin the ranks and bring it down, and then 10 for killing the 2 astropaths.
I mean, it's pretty max. I mean, it's, you're 5 points shy of max. That you could
7
get
points shy of max.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
whereas I think my army struggles to do secondaries more than I think. But I think after a few more games, maybe I'll work out how, or I'll just get certain decent matchups, which might make it a bit easier.
but the thing is, though, Phil, I mean, genuinely, had you gone first against me, and I think that is genuinely one of the biggest issues with Warhammer 40,000 at the moment, is had you gone first against me, you would have been in such a better place. Because had you gone first against me, sorry, not third. Had you gone first against me, you probably would have been able to have gotten line of sight on my Leviathan with enough stuff that you would have killed it in a turn. And that Leviathan did a load of work in my first turn.
Yeah, for sure.
You would have possibly been able to apply a lot more pressure to some of the Razorbacks. You would have controlled a lot more of the board, and I wouldn't necessarily have out-attritioned you. The only reason why my army performed so well against you is because it's an Imperial Fist successor, and it absolutely guns the hell out of you in turn one. But obviously, if I don't get the advantage of going first, you just, take out some of the serious damage dealers, and then the efficiency of the army list is woeful by comparison. I mean, I played a guy called Martin, who was running a tank army list very similar to yours, except the difference is with Martin Martin rolls nothing but 5s and 6s. And you'll be amazed how different that army is when all you're doing is rolling 5s.
I think he also took the custom regiment traits, which massively benefit a tank army when you can. Every unit can re-roll? No, every unit can roll for number of shots, so you can roll 2 dice.
Yeah.
So you got the Shan trait for number of shots, and then you also at the start of the turn you roll a dice, and on a 4 up you gain. Is it like D3 wounds or 3 wounds?
You gain, you roll a D6. If you roll like a 1 or 2, you don't get anything. If you roll, if you roll a 2+, you get 1 wound. If you roll a 6, you get D3.
Oh, right, yeah. So that one's not bad. I think if you're running lots of tanks, that might be useful.
Hugely useful.
Yeah. I think that, it's... I think that would vastly improve my list, but obviously I'm stuck with a Greek army that don't really have a tank regimental bonus, so yay me for picking the completely wrong type of army for the rules that my army actually has. But,
it's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, mate. And I love the way the list looks. And yeah, I genuinely think had you gone first, it would have been quite a different game. But that's 40k 9th edition for the most part. I mean, as I say, when I played Martin, he beat me with his tank list against the exact same list that you were playing against on a very similar board layout. The difference was he went first and he killed my Land Raider in a turn. And that hugely reduced my damage output from there on in. I mean, admittedly, it was super close regardless. I think it literally came down to a couple victory points between me and him. So even with him going first and having a more optimised list, it was still quite a close game. But he did definitely win it. And his list was a lot more optimised than yours because he had Scions in it as well, which was much more useful.
The go-to add-on for any guard army.
Well, exactly, man. Get yourself some tanks and then chuck some Scions in. That's how the guard is played. But anyway, it was really great to throw some dice with Phil again. And I did also, during the week, have my mate Tom come round as well. And we played against his Space Wolves. And I lost that game to his Space Wolves. So, it's not I'm certainly not undefeated in 9th edition at the moment. I've probably got as many losses as I've got wins. But it's enjoyable, man. It's good to start getting into it and getting people round playing games again, and looking forward to hopefully doing more of that over the coming weeks and months and what have you. Albeit we are now obviously in a situation where I can't have more than 6 people around, because that obviously would be irresponsible, and that's not something I'm looking to do anyway. But
do you know more than 6 people, Dan? Specifically that you would want around at the same time.
Yes. Yeah, I do actually. But
I guess your family, right?
No. I mean, well, you guys. I mean, I've had like 8 of you guys around my house before playing games.
Yeah, I guess there is that many of us. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. But that was back when Mike used to play and Andy used to play. You know, different times.
True.
Different times. I was going to campaign to add a new member to the Lookout Sir group the other day. I was like, I've got this mate of mine, Neil.
Is it Varric?
No, it's not Valric. Although, you know, I'm sure he'd be keen. But he's, you know, Valric's a great guy, and it's been wonderful chatting to him off and on over the last few weeks since we got him on the show and all the rest of it. But yeah, I feel like he's probably a little bit too busy to get chucked into our chat. But no, my mate Neil, he's getting back into 40k. He's playing Astra Militarum. He's got a beautiful list he's working on. I was going to make a pitch for him, but yeah, as it turns out, he doesn't have Facebook Messenger anyway. So I was like, oh, well, that cancels that out anyway. So there you go.
I mean, also the spot of Astra Militarum players already taken.
That's true.
So
that's true.
I can't really deal with any competition. Because if he's a better Astra Militarum player than me, I would not cope.
Well, he's taken them as Cadia, so I mean, obviously he's better.
Well, of course he will be then by default.
Yeah, exactly. We can't be dealing with that. Anyway, right. Look, let's get on with what the show's all about. We're going to kick off with one of our latest 5-star reviews. Now, interesting story, everybody. You know, oh woe is us, shed a tear. This is the last 5-star review that we've got. So after I do this 5-star review, if none of you give us a new 5-star review, this will be the end of the 5-star review segment. So for those of you who are sick of hearing our 5-star reviews, obviously don't give us a review because then you won't need to listen to them. But, you know, it's the perfect opportunity that if you wanted to get yourself shouted out on the internet and have us talk about you and try terribly to pronounce your name and then all the, you know, information that you've laid out for us, this is the time to do it. So yeah, please consider giving us a 5-star review, because if you did that, we can read it out.
Did we ever check that was it a hashtag or a URL we were plugging in the last 5-star review to make sure it was okay?
No, I have to be honest, I was listening back to the episode while driving the other day, because I was like, oh, I wonder what that intro sounded like, because I never actually had the time to check it back, and then I was listening to it and going, oh yeah, completely forgot to do that. So so there you go. But anyway, this review comes from the United Kingdom. Logar Can't Date My Daughter, which is a spectacular name. And to be fair, it's good advice, right? Because Logar should not be dating your daughter. I mean, you know, the man's a menace. You don't want that guy coming home to you. But yeah, look, Free Nerds Whispering Soft Sweetness in My Ears is the title of this. 5 stars from Logar Can't Date My Daughter. So, as fairly lackluster hobbyist myself, as I assume he was supposed to put an A in there, but there you go. As a fairly lackluster hobbyist myself, I often find painting a chore beyond that of such things as housework. However, the fellas, of which I assume he means us, rambles well... Okay, there's a bit of a sentence structure issue here, so let me try this again. However, the fellas ramble extensive twisting and turning conversation, often beginning with something as simple as a discussion, advancing and units quickly descending into a rewriting of the core rules. Okay, words. With Phil's excellent input as Krieg player, my personal favourite, really pulls me through those long nights painting even more intercessors. It's weird though, isn't it? Because he shouts out that Krieger is favourite, but then he starts talking about all these intercessors he's painting.
Now, have we not read this one out before, or have you just mentioned it to us in the chat?
I mentioned it to you guys in the chat, yeah. And to be fair, a lot of our reviews sound very similar, so it's pretty much the way it goes. Anyway, this is hands down my 40k podcast of choice. They are true fans. It's great to see they aren't blinded by G-dubs fanboyisms, and it's awesome to hear free friends, sometimes free friends, delve into the hobby. So there you go, guys. That was Logar Can't Date My Daughter. Massive thank you for that review. It's actually really lovely that obviously we make such a positive impact on someone like Logar Can't Date My Daughter. So obviously massive thank you for that, mate. That was really cool of you to say all those nice things and to amplify. Jesus, today I'm trying to use bigger words than are in my brain anymore. To amplify that sentiment, Phil.
Well, thanks very much. I assume you are a person like me you're obviously a Krieg player at heart, but you've ditched them temporarily because there's no new rules for them. You've gone to the dark side and got a Space Marine army, like I had with my Minotaurs. But don't worry, there's some new rules on the horizon. You can get back to painting your horses in the near future, and I'll look forward to seeing you on that other side, where the glory days are awaiting us. And thank you very much.
There you go. Spray paint your mouth silver and scream "Witness me" to Phil. He will oblige. There you go. So yeah, thank you very much for that, mate. It's really, really lovely of you. And then obviously, if any of you would like to do like what Logar Can't Date My Daughter did, put a 5-star review up there somewhere, and we'll read it out because now we're desperate. Please, for the love of God, do it, because otherwise we'll feel really silly when we can't, talk about it in the next episode. Because we need your love to people.
Well, exactly, and it's the big 6-0 again. So come on.
Exactly, so the big 6-0. Come on. Anyway, right, that's enough desperate pleading for validation. What we're going to talk about in this episode, Games Workshop basically put out a massive update around upcoming codexes, and there's a lot of ramifications that are being felt as a result of what they announced for the Space Marines and the Necrons, and also the Forge World releases. So we talk about all of that. It starts with Joe being in it, but then because we record this over 2 sessions, Joe wasn't able to join us in the second one, which is being recorded right now, thus him not being in the intro segment, but he is in the Necron bit, and he is in the Space Marine bit, but he's not in the final Forge World bit, or the outro for that matter. So there you go. But for those who enjoy listening to Joe, he is here for the majority of the episode, which is obviously great. He's just not here for the final segment, intro and outro. So, there you go. Anyway, let's get on to the first bit, which is us talking about the Necrons. Transitional noise. Woo! Hello, the various people that make up the collective known as the Internet. It is I, once again, Dan, bringing you another exciting segment of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. And I'm joined in this segment by my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Good as always, thank you very much.
And, of course, the one and only Joseph Coles.
Or Pete Doherty, as I was once called, in my inability to turn up.
Well, that is true. Although, it doesn't necessarily make a huge amount of sense to reference that, given the fact that we'll probably have done all that stuff in the intro, assuming that you turn up to record when we record the intro. And obviously...
I might with my presence,
You might do. I mean, it's a rare and beautiful treat, mate, when it comes about.
Yeah.
Phil was saying to me the other day, he said, historically, people talk about the show and they talk about us like we're the Top Gear trio. But obviously that's not the case anymore. We're more like Red Letter Media, and Joe is now Rich Evans. So he's not always here, but when he is, it's a beautiful treat. That's how Phil...
I'm kind of like The Rock in WWE. I only turn up for WrestleMania.
You turn up, yeah, that's it. And then you win the title, and then go away.
Yeah. But, occasionally, I might bring Ronda Rousey with me. In this case, it will be Tim.
Yeah, Ronda Rousey and Tim have more in common than I'd almost have imagined until you pointed out the connection.
I know, right?
Very similar. And you never see the two of them in the same place, do you?
No.
Freaky.
She's either a very manly woman, or he's a very effeminate man.
Well, I think we both know both is true.
Yeah, both is the same.
Although Ronda Rousey is an incredibly accomplished and fantastic female mixed martial artist, not the best wrestler, in my opinion.
No, I've seen her fake fighting.
Yeah.
When you've watched someone literally beat the snot out of someone in a cage, then go to pretend fight someone, you're like, oh, she's pulling her punches here.
But there you go, everybody. Good to have Joe, as always. So,
the verbal detour off the bat, you see.
Indeed. I thought I'd step in there before Phil did, although I imagine Phil was...
I was getting close.
I was sort of tempted in a way. It's sort of in a way I probably shouldn't have actually have stepped in and fulfilled Phil's role, because ultimately I've kind of robbed him of the opportunity and it kind of would have played to the dynamic. So Apologies there, Phil, for robbing you of your comedy timing.
Well, yeah, you know.
It's
Let's just get on with it. Yeah.
Exactly.
How about
Let's
that?
get on with it. This is going to be a long enough segment as it is without all these detours, because we are talking about the Warhammer 40,000 Codex Show, the preview that was done over the interwebs by the good people of Warhammer Community. So, for those of you who weren't aware, or maybe want to read along with us at home, on the 12th of September 2020, Warhammer Community unveiled details about two of the upcoming Warhammer 40,000 codexes, that being Codex Space Marines and Codex Necrons. And then they also talked about the future of Codex releases that we can expect in the year 2020. So they kicked it off with the Necrons. And I'm going to start by saying, although they, kicked off the show with the Necrons, it's fair to say that by the end of this preview, not too many people had all that much to say about the Necron side of things, because they were somehow overshadowed by what's to come. But nonetheless, we're going to talk about it. We're going to have a conversation around it. So, yeah, the Necron Codex and what was shown. So they kicked it off with a nice new trailer, the Reanimation Protocols Engaged trailer, with a nice little weird cartoon segment. I mean, what was our general feels on these kind of comedy cartoon intros that they're going for here?
I like them. I like the fact that GW is mainly using it to troll its customers.
For sure. Because the Space Marine one was just a reference to the Age of Sigmar one, going on about why is there always more Stormcast Eternals. So I like the fact that it was just a copy of that one.
Yeah, it was a skip ahead of it, fully aware of how people talk and react to things. They've become self-aware. That's scary.
Like Skynet.
GW is now aware of its own shenanigans.
I'll tell you one of the only weird things about the Necron one is I'm not sure I overly love all the over-the-top, like, underwhelming robot noises they've elected to use for Necron movement. Like, I understand they're robot men, but, like, could they not be a little bit sleeker, a little bit more, sci-fi awesome than, moving around with that sort of sound effect?
I kind of wish they'd gone down the Lego movie way, where they made the sound effects with their mouths, as it were. So, like in Lego movie, when they shoot lasers, they're like pew 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 pew.
I mean, I suppose that's how we, the gamers, illustrate the sound effects when these things are happening. So maybe they've channeled that side of things. But I mean, obviously, what's interesting in the reference points for those guys is they're obviously portraying, I guess, what was a lot of our opinions of Space Marines by the end, because obviously you get the little Necron warrior come along and go, "My lord, they fly now!" And he's like, "Oh God, send the destroyers!"
He's got the world's best Overlord cup as well.
I'm surprised that GW hasn't upped their merchandise game and had that mug for sale straight away. You would have thought they would have just had that right in the shop, like, day and date.
Christmas, telling you.
Chris, well, yeah, almost certainly. Or if there's a gap in the market there, Joe, we should be selling those mugs.
Oh, we should totally get on to the old Rev level. Get them on it.
Get on Etsy. Get it done. But anyway, yeah, so animated intro followed by utterly gorgeous new Necron sculpts. So why don't we just quickly go over some of these new Necron sculpts that we see in the trailer? Because this is obviously where they hit us first. They give us the nice montage of the Psychomancer, the Chronomancer, and then a few images of what we then later discover to be destroyers. And in fact, I think they actually say it in the trailer, the Ophidian destroyers, something like that. How are we going to pronounce that?
The weird Wraith destroyers.
The weird Wraith destroyers, which are kind of cool because it's a throwback to the retro Wraith, right before they became crypto tech thingies.
When they were metal and they were half Necron warrior.
Yeah, I think I've still got some of those floating around in a box.
Oh, really, Phil?
Yeah, because I used to have the original, like a lot of the original metal Necrons. I'm sure I've said it before.
I mean, you
yeah.
may well have done. We just obviously weren't paying attention. The original metal
I wouldn't be
Necrons?
surprised.
The original metal Necrons or the middle metal Necrons?
Well, the Necron wraiths that you're referring to.
So the middle
I
metal
have.
Necrons.
And like,
Maybe, yeah, probably not the some of the very original ones, because I think
when destroyers were like Necron warriors on floating sleds.
yeah, the plasticky ones. I think I had of those
no,
rather than the original metal ones, which were like little speeders.
Yeah.
I don't think I had those ones,
But
but I did have the original Canotep. Was it spiders that were
Yeah.
like straight out of the Matrix? I had those
Straight
ones.
out of the Matrix. It was a
Straight out
good
of the
time for the Necron range, the early noughties. Fine time for the Crons.
Yeah.
But a better time now because I may as well say it. I mean, I don't necessarily feel like we need to go into excruciating detail on all the new sculpts they revealed because they're all utterly gorgeous. I mean, all of a sudden, the Necrons have one of the most beautiful ranges ever. I mean, it's just...
They've sort of done a Sisters of Battle redo. And yeah, there's an awful lot of good new stuff out there.
It's absolutely spectacular. I mean, just an utterly, utterly gorgeous range. That new Psychomancer with his weird, like, data projection of a skull. I mean, 5 out of 5. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10.
I'm a big fan of the flayed ones. They look real
my
nice.
God. The flailed ones.
Did a
Or
good job on those.
Oh. I mean, just astounding. The flayed ones. And again, the flayed ones were always that unit that you love the idea of them. You love what they represented and what they came from and what they were. But you'd never take them because they were the most god-awful miniatures. But now, I mean... Oh, sorry, Joe.
When I did them in 7th edition, I'm converted about 15 or 20 of them because I was using the Forge World rules, which gave them shred.
Ooh.
It was the only time they were ever actually any good.
What was shred again, Joe? That was just reroll wounds, wasn't it?
It was just reroll wounds, yeah. But when they were getting 4 attacks each, though.
Oh yeah.
Combat.
Cool.
So you could send them in, and you could make them. Obviously, they deep struck as well. So they could get a bit of work done. People never really expected them because no one was ever mad enough to take them.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. I think the range now for Necrons. I mean, you chuck in the Silent King and all this new stuff that they've added. It's just one of the most gorgeous 40k ranges out there, and a great sign of things to come, I'd say, in terms of what we can look forward to seeing for other ranges as other reboots and other things happen. I mean, you know, imagine what the Guard will look like soon, Phil.
Well, yeah. If it gets a similar thing, it would be pretty good.
Well, indeed. More reasons why your Death Corps of Krieg will be out of date, but we'll get to them later, won't we, Phil?
Because they'll up the scale of guardsmen, won't they, to be like the AOS kind of size humans.
Totally.
And then Krieg
Well, they've
will
already
basically
done
look,
the traitor guardsman from Blackstone Fortress, so they'd be that size.
so your Krieg will basically be like the weird Munchkin cousins.
Well, like old mini Marines, I guess.
Yeah.
That is how it's going to go. That is how it's going to go. But let's talk about some of the rules and different bits and pieces. So, obviously, we did listen along, or various members of us tried to listen along at different bits of the actual live stream, but we didn't listen in excruciating detail. So we're just going through the Warhammer Community article and, in some respects, encountering these rules relatively for the first time. I think we've briefly read them. But yeah, so the first of the rules that they talk about within the Codex is uncanny artifacts, which is something to do with the Sarikan dynasty. Am I pronouncing that right?
Probably Zorakan.
What did you say, Phil?
Zorakan.
We'll go with Zarakan. That sounds a lot better than Sarikan. But yeah, so this is essentially some dynasty specific rules. So effectively, the mechanic is each time a model with this code would lose a wound, it ignores it on a 5+. So essentially, that is the same as disgusting resilience, except it is exclusively for mortal wounds. I didn't specify that specifically, but yeah, so it has disgusting resilience against mortal wounds, which I assume with reanimation protocol type things historically, that was effectively a 5-up feel no pain as well, right? Or was that not?
I think it was a 4-up.
Oh, and it was a get back up thing instead of a... Yeah, okay, yeah.
So once you lost your last wound, you back up on a 4+.
And that was done at the end of the phase, wasn't it?
That was done immediately.
Oh, was it done immediately?
It used to be... So originally it was at the end of the phase, after each of tests, and you basically... You led the models down, and then they got back up, next to the nearest unit within 6. Or if you had a Tomb Spider, it's like the nearest unit in 12.
Mm-hmm.
But then they changed it to basically a 4-up feel no pain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which is mental good, as you can imagine.
So the second part of this rule is each time a unit with this code is selected to shoot or fight, you can re-roll 1 wound roll when making that unit's attacks. So you get to re-roll 1 wound roll. So in addition to having 5-up feel no pain style ruly against mortal wounds, you also get to re-roll 1 wound roll when making that unit's attack. So a slightly less good version of Master Crafters or Master Artisans from Space Marines / Craftworld Elder. But then, when the Protocol of Undying Legions becomes active, your army, if every unit in your army, excluding Dynasty Agents and Catan Shards, has this code, you can select both of the Command Protocol directives instead of just one. So what do we think of that as a series of rules and or a mechanic for the Crons?
It sounds a bit meh, really, but we don't know what reanimation protocols is yet. So it could turn out to be really, really good.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah, I quite like the sounding of, because what they're excluding in this is the bit that I find quite interesting, because it's Dynasty Agent and Catan Shard, so it means that potentially Cryptek units will be affected. Not Cryptek units, the Canoptek units.
Oh, the spidery people.
Yeah, which means that they might actually get affected by Dynasty stuff now, which would be quite useful.
Could be very useful.
Yeah.
I mean, Phil, does any of this make any sense to you so far?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, seems reasonably good. I mean, 5-up against mortal wounds isn't bad. The wording's a bit odd, because it's like if you lose a wound that happens to be from a mortal wound, as opposed to if you suffer a mortal wound.
Yeah.
It's odd. Odd the wording, but fine.
It depends, but the problem is there's not a huge amount of mortal wounds kicking around.
Yeah, or it's worded that way to stop you going, well, I've suffered a wound, but I've saved it from something else. I don't know. Yeah, it's but yeah, the fact that you can re-roll 1 wound roll, yeah, that's as I've realised when I had a game with you yesterday, is actually quite useful.
It is quite useful, yeah. It definitely doesn't hurt.
Yeah, depending on obviously how the protocol directives, I think, will be a huge game changer, which I think is the next rule anyway. So the fact that you can do 2 rather than 1 might be pretty big, but you only get to see a couple previewed on the page, so who knows what the rest will be like.
Well, essentially, they talk a lot about this main kind of like command protocol mechanic. So the idea is that you have one of 6 command protocols to utilize during each battle round, and then essentially you secretly assign a command protocol which then creates a 6-inch aura. So effectively the notion is they'll have abilities similar to like Chapter Master's reroll bubbles or whatever they happen to be, but you declare them I guess, in the command phase and go, aha! Everything within 6 inches is now, for example, Directive 1, add 3 to the range of units' aura abilities to a maximum of 12, and increase the range of the following abilities this unit has by 3 to a maximum of 12. Lord's Will, My Will Be Done, Rites of Reanimation. So, I'm guessing you can add 3 to your aura, and then that in turn adds 3 to other auras that are within 6, because it seems to be that there is a range to the command protocol. Again, obviously, these are some of the weird question marks. I said to Phil yesterday when we were throwing dice together, and he was going, "Oh, look, rules, aren't we excited?" And I was like, well, they'll give us enough information to kind of get excited, but not enough that we'll know enough to be able to say what everything actually means. Which this perfectly instills, because it sort of like sounds interesting, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones, because obviously, because Necrons are basically, their rules are just getting a full, nearly like a full, not a full rewrite, but like there's a lot changing to the point where they're going to be almost a new army. Whereas when you get given rules for Space Marines, you're like, oh damn, like that's broken, or that's not very strong, because they're an established rule set. So it's really difficult to kind of decide what's going to be good or bad for Necrons, because we haven't really got the full picture yet.
Well, again, but then I feel like a lot of people are making sweeping assertions about how certain rules work for Marines based on how they work presently. You don't know that Angel of Death will be the same as what it is now. You don't know that, They Shall Know No Fear will be the same as it is now. You just, admittedly those are now the same rule, but yeah, it's or at least they are in the current Marine book. Who knows what could be changing? Maybe, just maybe, all of our fussing about Marines, which we'll get to in just a little bit, is all ill-founded, because it'll turn out that actually they're a complete rewrite and they're not nearly as good as you thought they were, although I doubt it. So, and then he's got Directive 2. This unit is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it fell back. But if it does, then the unit... basically, it's -1 to hit. I can't be bothered to read all of their weird English. So you can fall back and shoot. Yay, that's good. That is really good.
That is really... If you're running like lots and lots of warriors or immortals or something, that puts a lot of firepower. It's quite strong. Because you get that with the Royal Warden that comes in Indomitus. He gives units within 60 ability to fall back and shoot. As you know, as we all know from Ultramarines, that's crazy powerful.
It is crazy powerful. Them Ultramarines are super fun. And then also they go into talking about like Cryptex and all of their weird new ethereal magic, but not magic abilities. And they talk about a rule here called counter-temporal nanomines. Sorry, there you go. Counter-temporal nanomines. Rolls off the tongue. So a cryomancer model only. In your shooting phase, you can select one enemy unit within 18 of the bearer until the start of your next turn. Half the advance and charge rolls for that unit. So that's pretty solid, given the 18-inch range. So when you theorise that most things, when it comes to charging, has a 18-inch threat range with the 6-inch move and the 2d6 charge, you're massively changing the effectiveness of units by being able to reduce their charge range by that distance. And also, you don't need line of sight to the thing. So if someone's doing that cheeky, I'm hanging out behind this ruin because I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump out and get you can stick him with one of these and go, hey, have fun with that. So, pretty good, I would say. Harlequins would not much enjoy that, would they, Joe?
No, Harlequins, Blood Angels won't be too happy about it.
Space Wolves, probably.
Space Wolves.
Orcs, I imagine. All sorts of things.
Yeah, anything that relies on punching you in the face will not be happy if you do this to them.
No, I can't imagine they'll be overly thrilled. But, I mean, again, it's cool. I mean, the thing is at the moment is, and this is really where it all starts to get very strange, is it's always the weird thing with like new codex style formats and new books, because it's layers and layers of information, but you're not yet seeing the overarching kind of concept that kind of brings it together. So they're starting to sort of suggest to you that we're putting layer upon layer of new fun stuff into the crons, and that's wicked. But at the same time, you're like, yeah, but what does it all mean? And I think that's one of the things, as you've already touched on, Joe. It's quite confusing looking at all this stuff. Because, I mean, yeah, that sounds great in essence, but is it great? Or is it not so great? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. There's also talk of Crusade rules for Necrons, but no one understands what Crusade is, so we'll just move on from that. Right, Phil?
For sure. I mean, I've been trying to get you to do a little segment on Crusade for a while now, and you're not having any of it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Joe, do you know how Crusade works? What's an RP?
Not a clue. I haven't got the foggiest what Crusade. It sounds.
I think it's resource points.
Resource
so
points.
Basically, you get given them to spend. Or no, requisition points. I think it is.
Okay.
That sounds.
But yeah, because it even says at the beginning, purchase this requisition. So it's a requisition point, and it sort of dictates the size of your army.
Right,
if I remember rightly.
So what, you use requisition points instead of power level?
No, I think you use both, but you use requisition points. You gain requisition points from missions, if I remember rightly, and then you use that to upgrade your army, either in size or kind of abilities for units and stuff.
Okay. Well, to the handful of people out there that are loving Crusade, obviously, apologies for our ignorance. Maybe we will let Phil talk us around, and we'll learn what Crusade is by the next podcast. And then we'll be able to offer an opinion on the slow decay of the self and whether that actually is any good or not. But I mean, sure, it's a rule. Yay!
Yeah.
So there we go. But yeah, where it gets interesting and where we started to see some of the first new interesting nuances of 9th edition Codex writing was in this little lovely reference here to the Silent King. So the Silent King has got his profile, and now, rather than illustrating the profile and then having a box to showcase some of the varying, like, degrading effects that you can have on that unit, what they've decided to do now is they've just got 3 separate lines, and then they've marked in red the stat lines that are affected as the character then decreases in efficiency, so to speak.
Yeah.
What's your feelings on this new format of information?
I like it. It makes it a bit easier, a bit quicker to look at than finding a little box. I don't know if it saves on page space or anything. But yeah, it's just a bit quicker because you're like, oh, something's changed. I now need to look at a different table to do that. It's literally saving you about 5-6 seconds of your life.
I almost disagree, because you've now got to look amongst a bunch of identical numbers, because things like your weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength and toughness, for example, don't change at all. So yeah, it's color coded for movement and attacks, but it's not quite easy to see. They don't jump out at you, whereas the asterisks did before, and then obviously you went to another box. Maybe it's just a matter of getting used to it. And it potentially gives you the option of having more than three stats change, because predominantly it was 3 things changed, nothing else did. So now you could do, like, everything could change potentially. I mean, who knows though what they want to do, but I guess it potentially gives them more possibility. It does bring it in line with how they presented stats for Age of Sigmar as well, so it sort of makes sense to do it that way. And obviously the way it's presented here is often, not how it's possibly presented in the actual book. This is the social media version of the presentation, so maybe it looks slightly more clearer in the actual book. Who knows?
I mean, that would be crazy interesting, though, right? If all of a sudden they decided that they were going to make a character that would have such drastically different skills or drastically different stats as they were injured or whatever. Because, I mean, obviously, Age of Sigmar had the famous example of Scarbrand. The more Scarbrand got hurt, the more powerful he became at fighting and stuff. Although I think Scarbrand might be like that in 40k. I've never seen one being used.
I don't.
But
I don't
like
think
Gaz's as well, with certain
Yeah.
things like attacks and stuff.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, it's not. It does make sense. I think it's everyone's so used to the other way around, though, that now it looks like you've got to. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, because you're like, oh, what's the stat that's changed out of all these different stats?
Mm. I mean,
It makes me think of Call of Duty Black Ops. It's like, the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? All these scrolling numbers on old-fashioned ticking clocks. Just rolling down in front of your face, Phil, every time you look at this.
No, yeah. I think it is that thing of, I'm sure when they first did the format with the asterisks and a box to the side, I was like, why have they not presented it on just 3 separate lines? And now I've got it. I'm like, I don't like it. It's changed. It's different.
They've given me what I asked for, and now I hate them for it.
No, exactly. Yeah. I mean, just give it a few weeks. I'm sure you'll get used to it, and it'll all be fine.
by the way, taking another look at the Silent King miniature, how many people are going to get royally ticked off by those 2 weird floating shields that seem to be propped up on tiny plastic lightning bolts? I mean,
because if they tip over and snap, you mean that sort of thing?
I mean, those things are destined to snap clean off within like 3 minutes of gameplay, surely.
Well, this is another example of Games Workshop's inability to make armies that travel.
I know, right? It's crazy.
You're not taking this army anywhere. Like that whole Silent King model was floating on lightning, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
This is an example where you go, I need to own a magnetic case because it's the only safe way to transport it, because trying to put that in some foam and not squashing it and breaking it is going to be a bit tricky.
If you've just spent 500 quid on an army, you ain't going to have like a spare 200 lying around to fill on those magnetic cases.
I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you're, super affluent and, able to spend that money. But even then, it's just ridiculous. Like, I was playing against my mate Tom on Wednesday in a game of 40k, and his big old, stupid, disorientated, mad old arms managed to snap off the Iron Halo off of one of my Blade Guard veterans, and I was like, oh, brilliant.
Never one of your friends are like smashing up your models.
I know. Between Richie and Tom, I ain't got a prayer.
What did Richard do?
Oh, anything you put in Richie's hands just crumbles into dust. Like literally, any model I've ever lent him, it just literally like falls to bits. He wanted my.
He turns into Oddjob from Goldfinger.
Yeah,
it just crushes everything. Dust in his hands.
That's it. I would have preferred if Richie threw a bowler hat at it, but he didn't even do that much. He just sort of picked it up and it all just went blare into nothing.
Maybe he just sees everything as a throwable bowler hat.
Maybe that's probably where the problem is. You see,
he picks it up and then just full on just hoops it straight out of the room. Off you go.
But long story short is you wouldn't need to throw a bowler hat at these things. I don't think they'd survive a tournament weekend at all. Like that is brave, is all I'm saying. I'm sure you need to look at your options for how you're gonna re-secure those things, because yeah. And then if we take a moment to actually talk about the Silent King stat line and actually talk about him as a model, I mean obviously it's difficult to suggest how good he's gonna be based on this stat line. But I would say that at a glance, his stat line makes me think that he'll be all right. I mean, again, it's going to be down to his rules and then what he's actually able to do to force multiply. Based on that stat line, Magnus the Red will kick him in the face and not worry too much about it. But then I know what Magnus the Red does, whereas I don't know what this dude does yet. So we'll see.
Well, they did say he basically had a page of abilities, and they did say he can pretty much go toe to toe with anyone in 40k. Like they called out I think they said Primarchs and Chaos, like Grey Demons.
Fair enough. So he can duff up Gilliman, is what you're saying?
Potentially, yeah.
Well, there you go. Or go toe to toe with Gilliman.
Yeah, and then get mortal wounded to death.
Yeah, probably. Because that's the thing that's interesting about him as a sort of stat line, I guess, is that, yeah, I mean, he seems cool. He seems fine. Yeah, again, it's difficult to assert anything about him until we actually see what his rules actually offer him. So, yeah, wait and see. Exciting, interesting, great-looking model. On the topic of great-looking models, they also give us a full data sheet for the Orphidian destroyers. So this were the unit that was touted within the video as being the thing that they're going to throw against the Marines. And I can understand why, because they've got some interesting options, but also a few concerning moments to them when put up against the Marines that follow. So the stat line for these guys is that they got movement 10, which for a Wraith is pretty slow, if I'm honest with you. I was surprised. Movement 10 is sort of like...
Keep in your mind. Wraith's normally 12 or 16, 14.
Keep in your mind that an Inceptor is movement 10.
Yes.
That's the comparable on this.
True, but then you know, ultimately, I don't know, you because historically the Wraiths from 4th edition, 3rd edition, whatever it was, the old Wraiths, they had the jet bike profile or whatever it was, so they used to be able to move and then do a turbo boost like 24 inches, so they could move like 36 inches in a turn back in the day. They were known for being fast, whereas these guys are not slow, but they're the slow side of fast, you know? They're sort of moderate speed, which is surprising for their appearance, but I guess they're not really interested in having them being jump infantry bike style units. They're just really fast Wraith type creatures, I guess, but not really fast, just moderately fast. Weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+, which is all shades of okay. Strength and toughness 4, which for a unit like this I'm surprised by. I would have thought toughness 5 would have been appropriate for this unit, because I mean it's a big scary Wraith, but I guess from a torso.
They're quite spindly though. If you look at them, like the model doesn't look super tough. It's not like the destroyers with the 3 legs that look a bit more chunky.
Fair point. I mean, Joe, what's your thoughts on the toughness 4?
I'm surprised because I kind of think, when I think destroyers, I'm like, toughness 5. Like these are the hard hitting big boys that are going to go and cause problems. And that's got to be one of those bigger bases that the other destroyers come on. I can't see these guys coming on a Terminator base.
No, they've got to be coming on like big old bases. I would have assumed, probably on the Calgar size 50-inch base or something.
Yeah,
which is pretty chunky. 3 wounds, which again, fair enough. It's okay. I mean, yeah, all right. Again, possibly could have made them 4, but whatever. 3 attacks, which is pretty miserable for a unit that's supposed to be fighty when you consider that, as far as I'm aware, they don't get +1 attack when they charge and they don't have other things. Although we'll get to stuff that they have to increase that.
Currently, one of the dynasties does give them re-roll hits on the charge.
Okay.
I can't remember which one it is, but yeah, there are ways of making them better. I think My Will Be Done gives them +1 to hit as well.
Okay. Leadership 10, which is excellent, and a 4+ save, which is miserable.
Which is all I don't understand that 4+ save. They want these guys to go up against Marines, and then instantly it's on a 5+ save the moment anything Marine shoots it. The
thing that's interesting about that as well is because historically the Wraiths always had free up invulnerable saves, but obviously these
Yeah.
guys don't.
Well, they're destroyers, aren't they? They're from the destroyer cult. So
yeah,
they're not...
I get that. But they have a lot in common with the old Wraith kit, so I'm surprised.
Yeah.
But new direction, I suppose. So this unit contains between 3 and 6 of these destroyers. They are armed with a hyperphase reap blades, an Orphidian claws, and every other model is equipped with hyperphase thrashers, Odian's claws. Okay, so sorry, there's two models have these reap blades, and then every other model is equipped with this hyperphase thrashers, even whatever it is. So the big weapon, the thing that obviously you want to take them for, is the reap blade, which is strength +2, so strength 6, -4 AP, which obviously is really strong, and damage 3, which is also really strong. I mean, I can't imagine anyone needs to expand upon that at all, unless anyone's got an opinion on that.
Kills all that new marine stuff well good.
Exactly, as intended. The thrashers are strength 4, or strength user rather, -3 AP and 2 damage, which is pretty decent. And then each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon, so you get 4 attacks out of them when you're using that weapon. And then when you're using the claws, it's also strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage, and then you get 2 additional attacks, so you go up to 5 attacks a man. So already you can start to see that there is some interesting nuance to the unit. So if you're up against hordes, you're going to be using the claws. If you're up against heavily armoured space marines, you're going to be using your reap blade. And then obviously if you're up against normal Primaris marines or firstborn space marines, as they're going to be known as, I guess, the 2 wound space marines, basically, you're going to probably want to use the old thrasher thingamabib. But yeah, what's our thoughts and feelings on those selection from the get-go? Or should I just go through the special rules and then we can talk about it in the general sense?
Yeah, go through the ton of special rules.
Yeah, so it's got a lot of special rules. First of all, it's living metal, reanimation protocols, and command protocols. It's got hardwired for destruction. Each time a model in this unit makes an attack, reroll hit rolls of 1. There we are, nice motorcycle noise in the background. Reroll hit rolls of 1. The hyperphase reap blades. Each time a model in this unit makes an attack with the reap blade, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. Very odd that they've put that rule in the abilities section and not into the weapon. So it suggests that other types of unit, if they get access to this weapon, may not have access to that rule, which is a very weird thing. Whipcore bodies. Each time a melee attack is directed towards this unit, you subtract 1 from your hit rolls, which is also pretty good. And then tunneling horrors. It's deep strike, basically. That's what it is. Deploy within 9 inches, or rather outside of 9 inches from reserves. Yada yada yada. So lots of rules, almost too many rules in some respects, but lots of rules. But does it what do these guys? How do you feel about these guys? Are you excited about them?
I prefer them to the ones that come in Indomitus.
Okay.
Because the ones that come in Indomitus are massively let down by their speed, and also the ones that come in Indomitus are also ones that only come as a unit of 3. Hopefully that they'll get up in the codex. They'll go up to a 6-man unit like this one does. It's very odd that this unit has a 10-inch move, but not the fly keyword.
Very strange.
Yeah, it moves really fast.
That's the fly move, don't they?
They have like a weird phase ability, which works like the fly keyword, but they can move through any terrain and infantry like it's not there.
Yeah, so maybe these are crawling around on the floor like snakes or caterpillars, but very fast.
Caterpillars.
Killer caterpillars.
Killer caterpillars. hoping to become butterflies one day.
Yeah, doing the worm like Scotty Too Hotty.
Yeah,
very much so.
because they clearly can't fly. Yeah, so that's exactly what's going on.
I mean, gorgeous looking unit. I'm going to be interested to see how many points they are. I'm also going to be interested to see what they can logistically do in any actual game scenario. I think as a unit, at the moment, depending on what they do with the old spider wraiths, I'm trying to understand why I would take these over my historical understanding of the spider wraith constructs. Yeah. Because the old Canoptech, whatever they're called, wraiths, are phenomenal. They're like consistently the best thing in Necrons. But these guys...
Well, the thing is, they might not be because the rules might change.
Well, exactly. So it's difficult to say.
So, like, if My Will Be Done still gives them +1 to hit, then these guys are hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s.
Solid.
Which ain't bad. With exploding 6s on some of their stuff. If Anrika the Traveller, whatever his name is, stays the same, he gives you an extra attack when you're within 6 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have like a big blob of 15 of these going around. The only issue is you don't want to get caught in the open anywhere, because you will get absolutely ruined.
Yeah.
The moment something gets to shoot at you. Like if like a unit of like with heavy bolters catches you, you're in trouble.
Oh, totally. I mean,
there's a lot of versatility though. Like you've got a weapon, like you've got your claws, which is great for killing your guardsmen because it's -1 damage, and you get 2 extra attacks. Then you got your thrashers, which are good for killing marines because it's -3 AP, 2 damage, and you get 1 extra attack. Then you got a couple of guys with the big sword with +2 strength, -3 damage, so they'd be good at killing your souped up marines in the Gravis armor, for example. So it's like you've got a smorgasbord of weapons to use, which is kind of cool. And you don't have to pick and choose either. Like each one pretty much has all of those weapons. Obviously, only a couple have the Reap Blade, but I think that's probably what you get over the Wraiths. But it depends on how good the Wraiths are killing all of those things.
It also depends massively on I think the problem is there's a lot of stuff in the game that basically, as Joe said, these guys get stuck in the open, they're done for. A tank commander with a Punisher cannon is going to eat these guys for breakfast.
The benefit that these guys do get over things like Wraiths is that they do have reanimation protocols.
True.
So if they don't all die, they're getting back up again.
True. It's really going to come down to how many points they are for the unit. If these guys are, for a 3-man unit, 150 points, then they're totally rubbish. But if they are 100 or 90 points for free, then you can start to look at them and go, alright, actually, 30 points a model, based on the sliding scale of where Marines are presently, you could kind of get on board with them. But if they become like 40 points a model, I think I just don't think they're ever going to find a place in too many people's armies, because they're not quick enough that you can really rely on them to be good in combat, and they're not durable enough that you can expect them to survive long enough to make any real Hail Mary plays. The fact is a unit of intercessors will shred these guys, and that's not a good statement for an elite choice, or even a fast attack choice. Wherever these guys sit, they are not a troops choice. They shouldn't be able to get torn apart like they will do by intercessors. But then I suppose that's just a bit of a damning indictment of where the intercessors are at these days.
Yeah. If these guys get a buff to charging out of Deep Strike, then I could probably see play for 1 or 2 units in your army. It's one of those.
Yeah, they're clearly designed for. Oh, gone.
I'd say the thing is though, they don't do anything better than Lichguard, and Lichguard have got 2 wounds, but their strength and toughness 5 with an invulnerable save.
We assume.
Yeah.
We assume. It's interesting. Basically, you see it and you go, yeah, it sounds alright, but I'm not massively impressed by it. It's just like, yeah, cool, whatever. It's not a... And this is the thing, I think in isolation, this is what we should aspire to most things in the game being. Great utility, has some pros, has some cons. I would include one in my army, but it would come at an understanding that I'm not getting XYZ thing out of it. It may not be as optimized as I could have liked it to be. Because, you know, not everything in the game has to be like ultra optimized, and you don't always have to be thinking about it super competitively. But I think the problem is, and again, obviously we keep teasing to it, everything about this unit and everything that this unit represents is overshadowed by what's to come in terms of what the good old Marines have. But let's move on. So there's the new Flesh Hunger rule for the flailed ones. So Flesh Hunger, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack against an enemy non-vehicle unit, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. So we don't know how many attacks the flailed ones have. I'm going to assume...
Historically, they have 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pretty reasonable to assume they're going to have about 3, don't you think?
Yeah.
So they're going to get exploding 6s. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. They're good. They've always been like a good utility unit. They can sit on an objective out of line of sight kind of thing, doing actions for you. And then when someone charges you, you go, cool, I'll set them to defense and I'll hit on 2s kind of thing, and just kind of wail on whoever comes near you.
I mean, again, though, gorgeous new miniatures. I mean, that is a tempting reason to collect Necrons right there.
Oh yeah, but the flayed ones have always been one of my favourite Necron units.
It's pretty fantastic. I think that one where he's got like the skin draped over his mouth like some kind of weird veil is absolutely gorgeous. The fact he's always got like bat wings made up of like whatever bit of membrane that is from whatever poor sod it was that he took that from. It's utterly gorgeous.
I like the one with the arm hanging off his shoulder.
Oh, but the one with just the random full old arm, just like draped down.
Just hanging down.
Yeah, it's quite special. But yeah, exploding 6 is all good. Then you've got the Chronometron. Chronometron. All right, that'll do. In your command phase, you can select one friendly dynasty unit within 9 of its model. Until the start of your next command phase, you can re-roll charge rolls made for that unit, and models in that unit have a 5+ invulnerable save.
It's as if that combos really well with the last 2 units, like the buff and destroyers.
Yes. So you can now re-roll your charges, and you get a 5+ invulnerable save. I mean, yeah, it's alright, isn't it? It's good. Good utility, good options. And then lastly, we have the Nightmare Shroud Aura, which is, while an enemy within 6 of this model, subtract 1 from their leadership characteristics. And then also subtracting 1 from their combat attrition test, which is pretty spectacular. Sorry, Phil, say that again.
Pretty tasty.
Very well.
Because they sort of teased that they were going to do stuff with the combat attrition test, but I think this is the first time we've actually seen a rule doing it.
Well, I mean, I'm going to refer to Joe, our resident super duper competitive player these days. Have you ever seen anyone fail a leadership test in competitive play ever, Joe?
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it does happen.
You.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, most of the time in most games, like it's not very often that there's like a full unit left.
That's true. That's
you just kind of destroy a unit down to nothing, and then move on. And then normally if there is a unit left over, like if it's like in a important position because that's why your opponent's been shooting at it, then they'll just pay 2 CP to keep it alive.
Yeah. See, in my experience, it's because all the units are free-man units of aggressors, so they never ever suffer enough casualties to fail a leadership test.
Well, that's also another thing, is there are a lot of armies out there that just have either auto-passing or their units are too small to actually even care.
It's true.
Taking those casualties.
Well, when you've got a unit that is, leadership 9 and there's only 3 guys in it, it's like, good, that worked out.
Yeah, I mean, but then so that when we had our game on Saturday, I had a 5-man squad, and I had to take a leadership test.
That's true.
With my Krieg, because it was in combat, and I'd taken 3 casualties, and it was either killing off a heavy flamer guy, heavy weapon team that was on an objective, which I didn't really want to do, so I had to sacrifice my Watchmaster. So that meant my leadership 7 was going down to leadership 6. And then it's like, I'm pretty much guaranteed to fail this, unless I spend 1 CP to halve the roll, because that's a god stratagem, which I had to do, basically, because otherwise I would have failed it. Yeah, it's a bit annoying that Marines basically are always immune to it, but that's sort of the nature of, that's the point of them, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? It's sort of the case of, I guess, what you tend to see doing the rounds. I mean... Yeah, I've not seen too many instances where the morale system has had any real devastating consequences for people, but maybe maybe.
I rolled a 6 on my leadership test for my acolytes.
Oh yeah.
On the Gene Stealer cult, and then proceeded to roll 5 1s out of 7 dice.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. I guess they're going.
And what were the other 2 dice? Were they 2s?
They were like 3s and 4s kind of thing.
Oh, could you not have said they were 2s? Because then I'd go, imagine if there was Nightmare Shroud, you would have lost everything.
Yeah, if there might have been. But if there was, then that, I guess in that situation, it would have been useful. If the unit's under half strength, when it's going off on 1s and 2s, then it's technically going off on 3s then for the Nightmare Shroud.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was even a rule. So rarely have I seen a leadership test failed. I forgot that was even a thing.
So hopefully, if if this is a rule, then maybe they've got other rules coming that might have, force people to take leadership tests. That'd be a cool thing to happen.
That would be a very cool thing to happen. I think if they could start to make the morale mechanic more relevant to gameplay, certainly with armies like Night Lords and even things like, the Raven Guard or Gene Stealer Cult. There's so many armies in the game that should probably be utilising fear as a mechanic more. So hopefully we start to see more and more of that stuff. So maybe that's a good sign of things to come. But there you go. So look, that was the Necrons in terms of their rules and the new pretty pictures. What are we feeling on the Necrons at this moment in time? Are we excited? Are we expecting to see a lot of Necrons? What's the vibe? Phil, why don't you kick us off? Tell us what you think about the good old Crons.
Well, I think, looks-wise, they're going to be a pretty stunning army. I've said it before, I still think there'd be a bit of inconsistency between some of the old models, especially some of the old vehicles now, and the newer stuff, where the newer stuff's a bit more ramshackle, whereas the older stuff was a bit more clean cut. So I think there's a bit of disparity, but I like now that there's enough stuff that you can theme your army. You can do like an all canoptech army. You can go almost now down this Wraith style with these new destroyers. You can do the real, they said it on the live stream, tons, body horror. I like that element of the Necron army. So, yeah, I think, who knows what the rules are going to be like. I think the big change will be, what did they call them? Let me have a quick look. The directives. That's going to be a big change, although I'm not necessarily sure that I like the fact you've got to write them down secret at the beginning of your game, because that just slows things down and requires an awful lot of planning. And I think most people will just probably have, if they're at a tournament, they'll probably just go, this is my style of army. I've just got this one set of directives I'm going to play for every game. I'm not going to mix it up. But it's an interesting mechanic. So it'll be interesting to see how it actually plays out and what the rules for it are. I think that'll be a big game. Yeah, looking forward to seeing it. I presume this is the end of the Necrons. There's no more models coming, but you never know what's released of the actual codex.
Yeah. Sorry for the listeners there. Phil's signal's been a bit sort of choppy throughout there, but I think you would have got the gist of what he was just saying there, so I'm going to let that ride, as it were. But basically, yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, Phil. I think as a range, it's gorgeous. I think rules-wise, I think they're definitely going to have some options and some interesting things that people can do to personalise. And I think it's going to be a painter's army, right? And I think that's really great for the Necrons, because the Necron range has never really been a painter's army. If anything, it's been quite the opposite. It's been one of those armies that people use as an entry level force to be able to paint things quickly. And I think it's really great to see that they're really expanding on that and making this a more interesting, more iconic force. Not that they weren't iconic before, but now they've got more interesting elements, I suppose, is where I'm going with that. But I mean, Joe, when we first met 7 odd years ago, you were a Necron player. Are you going back to the dynasties, or are you going to keep your distance?
I've got 3 sets of the Indomitus Necrons. I've built all of it and painted 1 set. I've got the other 2 to go, and it's like a real easy colour scheme. My issue, I've done Necrons a couple of times in the past, and my issue has always come down to the fact that they've just got no character. Like, when you're playing with them, there's nothing really kind of going on. And Games Workshops don't put a lot of effort into putting that character there. But whether that translate into game, I think that's into, because it's like everyone always wants to be John Connor. No one ever wants to be the Terminator, because the Terminator is always boring. He just walks around killing people. That's why I always kind of liked the flip, like the flayed one. It's kind of like part of the Necrons, because they've all basically gone mad, all trying to like stitch skin back onto their bodies. I think if I was going to go down the Necron route properly, I think I might go down that way. Now they've got new models. And a Destroyer cult is probably going to be the most fun way of playing that army as well. Especially given the direction of Necron. Marines, should I say.
Sorry, Phil, you were saying something there, mate?
Yeah, for sure. I think the Destroyers are probably going to be one of the more fun ways of playing. Or Canoptech, the spidery guys. I think there'd be another fun way of going down that.
Well, with these new speedy destroyers, and obviously if Wraiths stay the same, there could be a lot of viability in a very, very fast-moving Necron army. So it kind of gets around the table quickly. Especially if Wraiths stick it out at like 10 to 12-inch movement as well. You just need some fast-moving lords, you know?
Well, you still got the old Destroyer Lord and the Lord on... Catacomb Command Barge, sorry. So you still got those options in there. So there are definitely ways that you can get mobility. It's just going to be really interesting to see what additional things. I mean, the thing I like about this is, I suppose, it's just, even though there are going to now be some weird old kind of like artifacts within the Necron range, as obviously they've got these awesome new modern miniatures juxtaposed with some of their older kits, but then they've got rid of probably most of the worst offenders, like the old Necron warriors. But there are still some oddities, like the old original Cryptek miniature, for example, or I don't know, maybe something like the Necron Destroyer, or even the Catan Shards. I suppose those things are showing their age to an extent, but it's cool because they have actually added, with this range of additions, they have actually added in some really interesting new elements to the Necrons, and they've definitely given players more creativity and more freedom to create more interesting Necron forces, which it was fair to say that back when you were playing Necrons, Joe, they were a lot more one note, weren't they?
Yeah, it was, here is my 30, 40 immortals, here is my big archy guns, and then destroyers. And literally you just had those three units, maybe some like of the croissants, you know.
Your token unit of Tomb Blades, so as you could take the what was it called now? The Kion detachment or whatever it was, not Kion.
Yeah, there was like a weird detachment that you could take.
Oh, there was a time where it was literally the name we used to describe the formation, and now we've forgotten what it is. Like, everyone referred to every formation as a formation.
Oh, yeah.
It's weird, isn't it? The things you forget in a matter of time. Anyway, long story short, though, is it's just cool to see the expansion of range, and it's also really cool to think about what this represents for other potential Xenos races. Not that GW has done a great deal to reassure us about upcoming love for the Xenos races, but at least this is something, and it is a step in the right direction, I suppose.
Yeah, this is like a. We do remember there are other races. Don't panic. You may need to wait a while, though.
Yeah.
Was it Nephilim? Or am I making
No,
that up?
Nephilim.
Maybe I'm guessing.
No, it was definitely, there was a Necron detachment that everyone was using, and they used it because you basically got Imhotep or whatever his name was, whatever.
Was it the Mephrit detachment?
No. Oh god. I've got the book within arm's reach, but then I'd have to move too much stuff, and it's not worth doing. But I'm sure there's someone listening to this podcast right now going, "It's the thing, you idiots!" And it's like, oh yeah, fair enough. But yeah, it made them near unkillable, which was like the ridiculous combination where they all got like Feel No Pain 4+, and they just became an absolute nightmare. That was when Necrons were both at their most competitive, but also at their most tedious, because you would always see them and you'd be like, yay, I look forward to constantly shooting this thing that will never die.
Yeah, it was never fun to play with either.
No, it was just
kind of plodded around, not really doing much.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing, isn't it? That was always the problem with those old, Death Star style units. They were neither fun for the player using them, except obviously they were winning, and they were obviously even less fun for the person trying to kind of tackle them. So it's good that they're offering some variety and adding some interesting elements to the range, which is really good. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how that all goes and how that comes together. So, just to say, it occurs to me now that we've done the Necron bit that we probably need to break this whole reveal down into 3 separate segments. So we kind of should go Necron, Space Marine, and then Forge World and future stuff. So,
No one cares about Forge World.
Huh?
No one here cares about Forge World.
No one here cares about. No one here has got loads of opinions about that Forge World book they announced. No one.
No one cares. Move on.
Move on. Well, no. We're going to do a transitional noise, and then we're going to break it up into nice manageable chunks that I can, timestamp and make easier for people. So, yeah, that was us talking about Necrons. We're going to transition now to talking about Space Marines. Check it out. Transitional noise. Woo! Didn't hit the high note there the way I usually do. Sort of came in flat.
Very, very weak, Dan.
I didn't. I had a bit something in my throat. Anyway. All right, guys. In this part, we're going to be talking about Space Marines because we just spoke about Necrons, and now we're going to speak about Space Marines. Now, funny thing, when we recorded this segment, we didn't know what core meant, i.e., the core keyword and/or its associated rules. So to kick off this segment, myself and Phil, because surprise, surprise, Joe didn't turn up for the second recording session, are now going to quickly just go over what the core keyword special rule means, and then when it pops up later in the show, you'll at least have some context to what's going on with core, had you not already come into contact with it. So Phil, if you were to summarise the core keyword as it pertains to Space Marines and or other armies, what would your evaluation of that word be? There you go, words.
Well, we can see later on if we guess correctly, because we did speculate.
We did not guess correctly.
I don't know. I thought mine was pretty close.
All right, fair enough.
It ends up being kind of, well, they say core army units. So things like troops, but not necessarily troops. They do check intercessors, assault intercessors, terminators, I think it mentioned. And basically a lot of the aura buffs that the army can have now only apply to core units. And they specifically call out a chapter master can no longer babysit a repulsor executioner, because the repulsor executioner is not a core unit, so it won't gain all the crazy rerolls that they could have once got. So it really dampens down the Space Marines especially, their reroll abilities.
I mean, it's going to be interesting, though, right? Because I still think that within certain forms of the more competitive play, with the prominence and regular heavy featuring of terrain pieces such as ruins, and having lots of ruins on the board, which seems to be a common trend amongst competitive players, infantry heavy armies were definitely what we were seeing as being, some of the mainstay units during the early moments of 9th edition 40k, and all those units, it appears, will still maintain their core keyword, so that's going to create some probably underwhelming impact to the Space Marines in terms of potentially balancing what was making them good already in 9th edition. That being said, it's definitely great to see that Games Workshop have expanded and sought to address some of the Space Marine and or other issues that these auras and all of these rerolls have been creating. So yeah, from my side of things, I mean, I'm definitely in favour of the incorporation of this core keyword and what it represents. I like the fact that the characters now that give out auras no longer benefit from those auras. I think that's definitely a step in the right direction. It's going to be interesting to see, bringing it back to you, Phil, in your love of the Astra Militarum, how that might work in regards to, say, orders. Will they maybe change up some of the wording and go, now a tank commander can't order himself? Do you feel like that might be on the horizon?
Possibly, although it's weird. So tank commanders and the regular orders, they sort of work already like core units because they only work on specific units. You don't get an aura buff. I think Yarrick is probably one of the few models, plus maybe one of the Cat Chan characters, who gets a kind of generic reroll one ability that is an aura. Like, very few characters get it in Guard Army. And it is specifically orders, which is their core mechanic, which is like a 1-to-1. So you can issue one order to one unit. There are maybe a relic which allows you to order a second one, or a stratagem to do an extra order, for example, to a unit. So it'd be interesting. Obviously, tank commanders predominantly give tank orders to themselves because that's the main thing that they rely on. So whether that will be taken away by this logic, they probably will. And that, in a way, makes it good because it means tank commanders are really there to buff non-tank commander Leman Russes, which is sort of their job, rather than ordering themselves. But at the moment, it's like a bit of a crutch for guard armies to rely on tank commanders because they sort of feel like they're the only good thing in the army, or one of the better things in the army. So people use it at the moment to their benefit. And if that goes away, hopefully everything will be a bit more balanced, so it won't be an issue that they can't order themselves.
Well, indeed. Let's hope so on that front. But it's going to be really interesting to see what this does in a way of impacting the overall pace and or prominence of the Space Marines. But it definitely caveats a lot of what we were saying in this segment. and obviously addresses some of the other concerns that the community has been giving voice to, because we all kind of looked at the early Space Marine data sheets and rules and started applying our understanding based on what Space Marines are today. But it seems likely that there's going to be some slight changes coming along the way for the Space Marines in terms of how these things are implemented in game. And additionally, it sounds like there's going to be some changes or yet more interesting updates to come for the Necrons specifically, which may bolster their options in terms of what they can do versus what we just spoke about them being able to do on face value. So, yeah, I don't know, exciting is definitely a way of looking at it. But yeah, we just wanted to chuck this segment in before we got into the bit that we recorded last week, because as is often the way in this podcasting, content creating game, a lot can change in a week with Warhammer 40,000 related news, and that has very much been the case this time around. So we just wanted to chuck that in there before we then got on to the bulk of the segment. So, Phil, would you like to offer any final thoughts on the core keyword before we hand over to our past selves?
Well, other than that, it's pretty exciting. It'd be. I'm keen to see how it's going to affect all the armies. That's the thing I'm going to leave it with. But otherwise, we can move on to the next segment.
Well, indeed, or not move on to the next segment, as it were. This is all the same segment. No need for a transitional noise in this instance. I'm just going to now hand it over to myself from 7 days ago to fill in the blanks. So take it away, Dan. Welcome back, everybody. We believe we fixed whatever was plaguing Phil in the previous segment. He had some weird internet-related fun, but now he sounds lovely and crisp, don't you, Phil?
I am a robot.
So yeah, apologies for that. And obviously for all the ongoing traffic around Joe's neck of the woods. He lives now near a busy street, and those darn boy races.
Yeah, it's weirdly hot tonight, so I've had to open the window, and obviously the moment I do that, it turns into like the Nürburgring outside my house through Warminster High Street.
Yeah, I thought that was Dan, because he normally has cars going past his house.
I do. I have the same problem. I have a Nürburgring style scenario going on outside my house as well. We need to be more like high society, gents. That's what we need. We need more money so as we can move to, remote rural locations. Or
I like to imagine the whole thing is recorded in front of like a large fireplace in a very like mahogany panelled like drinking room where we all have smoking jackets on.
One day, Joe, we will actually be able to turn that into a reality. When we become the biggest podcast in the world, we'll, have the finances to actually get together and, mahogany up.
I'm 100% in agreement with this.
Indeed.
I'm tempted to just get that wallpaper in my flat that looks like mahogany panelling.
There you go. Maybe just paint like a little bit on the wall.
Yeah, I could do that, and then just live that weird lie. Just walk around my flat in a smoking jacket, crying at my cat. Look at me with their hungry eyes.
You live in the best life, Joe. I mean, anyone listening to this show definitely would aspire to be more like you, based on the descriptions that you give about your existence.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Indeed. Right. Let's talk about Space Marines, everybody, because we obviously did, the nice Necron chat, but now we're going to talk about Space Marines. And I suppose we may as well start by talking about the models as we did before. So essentially, we're in the article. They kick it off by doing a rather wonderful parody of the previous Age of Sigmar comic strip that they produced, right, Phil?
Yeah, it was like a little animation, a bit like this one, about Sigmar opening up another chamber.
Yeah.
And now this time around, it's Belisarius Cool going, "The hell I can't," and then creating yet more Primaris Marines.
It's Games Workshop being self-aware of what people say about them online and trolling them in response through the comedy of tiny cartoons.
For sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in terms of the miniatures that they show off in this trailer and throughout, obviously we now have beautiful new visuals of the heavy intercessors. We also get the new multi-part kits for the Blade Guard veterans. And we've also got the new Storm Speeder that comes in various different flavours. And the multi-part plastic kits for the Assault Intercessors, as well as the Eradicators, which is a unit I always forget the names of. So, what's our general opinion on all these lovely new Marine miniatures?
Ignoring the rules to begin with, all this stuff looks incredible. And as I told you earlier, I'm painting a Gene Stealer Cult army at the moment, and I hate it with a passion because there's too much detail on it. When you paint Space Marines, it's 4 colours, and you slap some transfers on, base it, and it just looks incredible, doesn't it? They're like real easy to paint, and they're real easy to look good, and I miss that.
You missed the simplicity of the Space Marine.
I miss painting 50-point models in about 20 minutes, in opposed to painting 11-point models that take like hours upon hours because Games Workshop's just lumped all the detail on them. It's like the wrong way round.
It is really, isn't it? It's a bit of a strange dynamic in that respect. But I mean, Phil, do you have any thing to expand on miniature-wise?
Yeah. Number 1, there's a lot. Number 2, that obviously all looks gorgeous. A few interesting things. Odd that the new style Gravis don't have the same kind of hood as the original Gravis armoured stuff like the Aggressors and Inceptors.
But they do, Phil. They've just got it folded back, haven't they?
Yeah.
Is it
it's like a hoodie?
But why there no variants where it's up then? If that's the case, it's like they've just kind of gone. That design wasn't very good. Let's just subtly change it, and no one will notice.
I guess because these guys are designed to combat at range, aren't they? Whereas the Aggressors and the Inceptors are all about being up close. So they want that protection.
Maybe.
Definitely. No question.
What about the guys I keep forgetting the name of, the Eradicators?
Eradicators.
Yeah,
the Eradicators are cool. I think the multi-melter one's a bit much. It's all a bit big.
Does that mean that it gets 4 shots when it shoots at the same time?
Yeah. I mean, that would be correct, yeah. So now they're going to get 8 shots if they take the multi-melter, yeah.
That makes complete and utter fair sense, doesn't it, really?
Of course. I mean, absolutely.
It'll be interesting if you can take the entire squad with the multi-melter, or if it's a bit like the heavy bolter where
no,
you
it's
can
like the heavy bolter. It's going to be 1 per squad, or 1 per 3 guys, probably.
Yeah, quite like it. Is it interesting though because the actual heavy intercessors are sort of deviating from the normal style where they've all got the same weapon loadout, whereas now you all get the rifle plus a heavy bolter option as well, like for one man.
You're getting into the particulars already, Phil. We're just supposed to be saying nice things about what they look like at the minute.
Okay, looks wise they're great. I kind of wish these came out last year when I started my Minotaur army, because I really wanted to do a full Gravis army.
I really like that Blade Guard veteran is using a bit of like Chaos Banner.
Oh, that is by far the best bit.
That is
out of all the models, and annoyingly they don't have an image of it. It's only in the video.
What I'm trying to understand, though, about the iconography that image is essentially saying to me is that he's using a Chaos Banner to wipe the blood from his blade, as if it was like... Because don't the Space Marines kind of stoke all of their weapons in, like, rituals and, like, all kinds of, like, holy prayers and, cleaning them with sacred oils and all the rest of it? Surely cleaning your weapon with a heretical item like that would actually be looked upon incredibly negatively.
Just don't think about it. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the visuals, but you are like 100% correct. I presume the idea is he's just killed him and he's wiping his blade with a bit of his dead body or cloth or flag or whatever it might be.
So what was it? Some kind of chaos streaker that was wearing like a towel?
Chaos rag of some kind.
Oh, I see. I mean, Joe, what's your opinions on this?
I think obviously he's already got the guy's blood on it. I suppose going the step further and wiping the blood off with a bit of his clothes stops his own rags getting dirty.
Well, I don't know though. Surely you would take a degree of like pleasure in the fact that you have, performed the Emperor's work, by killing a heretic. Surely, heretic's blood on your armor is probably seen as something of an honor. So, I don't know. It's just that weird thing. I'm not understanding the visual.
If you think about it, he is completely unrealistic because he wouldn't be wiping his sword off. A little serf human would be coming up to him and wiping it for him so he can stand around in a heroic pose pointing at something. Like, he wouldn't be, he wouldn't waste his own time wiping his own swords. He's got loads of other little guys running around after him to do it.
Well, exactly. And also the power field of his power sword would just, burn off all the blood.
I presume he switched that off.
He switched that off to give it a sort of more ritualistic clean with his heretical bit of newspaper. So what you're saying is actually this guy is actually a Chaos Space Marine that's infiltrated into the Plague Guard veterans.
Yeah, like an Alpha Legion Space Marine.
That's what's basically going on here. Is he's about to reveal himself. I was evil all along.
Well, he is that Chaos Streaker that you mentioned.
Maybe it could be possible. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong though. I mean, it's cool that they have the option of wiping down the sword with a rag. I'm just surprised that someone in GW Studios decided that it made sense for that rag to have Chaos Space Marine Chaos iconography on it. That's the thing that I couldn't quite get my head around.
But then they wouldn't be wiping it on a cloth with a bit of Aquila on it, would he? Because that's sacred.
Well, exactly. But it just creates so many questions. That's all I'm saying. It's just one of those things that I saw it and immediately was like, so why is he doing that then?
He's insulting his opponent. That's what he's doing.
Is that what?
I wouldn't get too lost in it. I feel.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the other, the minor bugbear I had?
Oh, please.
With the Indomitus stuff, and I was like, they've got these weird gauntlets on the assault guys and the blade guard, and on that weird gauntlet thing, they've got the Indomitus Crusade badge, like campaign badge.
Mm.
And I speculated, will they have this gauntlet? Will they have this campaign badge on the regular stuff? And it's like, they've still got the weird one gauntlet on their left arm, but they obviously don't have a campaign badge. So if you were to now buy either the Blade Guard or the Assault Intercessors and mix and match them together to form a variety of squads, they're going to look slightly different because that weird arm thing.
So the other people in their squads are replacement. They didn't survive that campaign.
I like all my guys to look pretty uniform.
You want them all to have a unit citation, so that even if they weren't there, they still get awarded for being part of that unit.
No, I just don't want any of them to have the campaign badge on or the weird gauntlet thing because I think it looks a bit rubbish.
Well, just shave it off, mate.
I have, and do you know what? It's a right pain to do. It's really difficult and time-consuming and requires filing and sanding and I think I mentioned it without any green stuffing, but it's time-consuming for sure. And that was just on the free Blade Guard guys. So say it again.
It's because you're dishonouring them. They fought hard in this campaign, and they were awarded this spangly icon for their hard work.
Yeah, but I'm like, my army isn't a crusade army, which is why I didn't want them.
Well, what's interesting is the Blade Guard veterans, even the multi-part plastic kits, still have the iconography on them.
No, they don't. Not on the gauntlet. They don't have it.
Yeah,
They've got the gauntlet itself.
No. They got it on their right arm, don't they?
No, it's on their left arm. Is where the iconography is meant to be.
But you can see if you go back to looking at the guy wiping his blade, He's got the Indomitus Crusade marking on his right arm.
Hold on. Let's
And
have
then
a
if you look at the pictures of the 3 other guys, you can see, if you look ever so carefully, that they also have some, clear signs of iconography on their right gauntlets.
Oh God, hang on. My cat's just walked across my painting desk and he's got little painty footprints going all over the place. No.
Oh, brilliant. It's a perfectly good
Right.
intermission for us here, just for a moment.
right, yeah. So was it always on the right? Maybe it was left on the left-hand side for the assault guys, and then it's on the right for the blade guard.
I'm sorted now. We're all good.
You're all good, yeah? Your cat's not, leaving little weird footprints all over the place still.
Leave that in though.
I am leaving that in, yeah. But no, if you look at the actual Indomitus box set models, Phil, the Blade Guard have got their Indomitus marking on their right arm.
Oh, so at least they're consistent.
Well,
But
it would
the
make
assault
sense, though,
interceptor-
right? Because the name implies that they're veterans. So to be veterans,
Yeah.
you probably were in the Indomitus Crusade.
But then why add them onto the assault intercessors if they're not going to have them on the multi-part kit?
Well, because they were veterans
Yeah,
of the
because
Indomitus
it's called the
Crusade.
Indomitus box film.
No, I know. But it's not very consistent if you're just collecting an army, though.
Well, no, because
Well,
you just
it
had
is.
one unit that
Because-
happened to be the veterans of the Indomitus, and then the others weren't.
Okay, but then what happens if you go, okay, I've bought 10 new assault intercessors and I want them to be part of that Indomitus campaign with campaign marking. Oh, they don't come with it. What do I do now?
Paint it
Well,
on.
it just sounds like you're being a little bit finicky.
Not really. I think they should
It's
think
just-
about these
it's
things.
just- you're taking it too far, Phil.
Also, to be fair, Phil, you've just said that you've taken painstaking efforts to remove it. So which side of the fence are you on here?
Well, no, my point is I don't think the Indomitus Assault Marines should have had the campaign marking on them at all.
Oh, okay, we get to the root of the situation.
Yeah.
Alright, fine. Well, but they do, Phil. You know.
There they put plot and story into the models they release.
Well, they clearly have. Yeah.
Okay.
But, the new assault guys look cool. The Thunderhammer kind of looks alright. It's not a big one. It's a little Thunderhammer.
It's not a big one. It's not.
Well, you do get a lot of double-handed Thunderhammers, don't you?
There you are. Do you prefer a double-handed Thunderhammer, Phil?
I do. I like
You
a
like,
big one.
you like to have a full grip, don't you?
Exactly.
No one's talking about the fact that he's got a hand flamer, though. Everyone overlooks that.
But it's kind of cool.
They're
It's
absolutely
alright.
bomb.
Why? Because they're rubbish. Yeah, straight free
Yeah.
flamer. Who cares? But he's got it. I mean, that's something that no one
They
really.
might as well have just. They might have well have just kept in like the whole Space Marine spit thing instead.
Yeah, but you don't
But-
know though, right? Like, because this is a Space Marine model, so for all we know, that hand flamer could be doing D6 mortal wounds now instead.
Probably it'd be bananas. It'd be something like you roll to hit and then you pay 2 CP and your entire opponent's army dies.
You're both looking at the Space Marine Sergeant on the Warhammer Community site, right?
Yeah.
So you click to the left, and then you're presented with a guy with blonde hair changing a clip in his bolt pistol.
Oh, yes, where the clip is actually falling out.
What is
Like
going
it's
on with
dropping
his derpy face?
Hang
I
on.
mean, he is a
He's
very...
grimacing.
Hmm?
He's under strain,
Is that what's happening there?
I guess.
Hold on, hang on. That's a lot further down. Hang on.
Have you noticed they've now got the service studs in them, so they are 100 years old.
Is that what the service studs give them?
Yeah, I think a service stud you get one for being alive for 100 years.
Is that how it works?
I
I
do-
thought-
I do like that reloading pose. It's cool.
Yeah, but the face, mate. What's going on with his weird double chin?
He's pulling one of those phases where he's like, drat! I pressed the wrong button and my clip's falling out.
Is that what it was? He
Yeah.
didn't mean to do this.
Yeah, he's like, Or it's one of those moments where, when you're watching TV and then you pause it because you've got to go to the toilet and then someone's just pulling a real derpy pose.
That's true.
And you're like,
That's true.
you're like this beautiful person is like, that's not a good face for you, is it?
Also,
Kind
I
of
think his look is one of astoundment because obviously he's releasing the clip and then he's looking at it going, hang on, this is just a solid block of metal. There's no bullets in here.
What
Because
is
obviously
considering-
they haven't
what
modelled
is
it.
Phil I'm sure Phil will file it out.
Well, exactly, and I'll put in some plastic art to make it look realistic. I was just going to say, I've looked at the service studs on the Lexiconum. Apparently it represents 10, 50 or 100 years of service. But it could just be 10 years.
But does it make the model any better on the tabletop?
Yes.
Yes, because it's Space Marines.
Because it's Space Marines. It gives them +1 to their save.
You're like, hang on, I need to count the studs on his forehead. You get an extra attack for each one.
I always assumed that the studs were like an interface thing for using their helmets, though. So they're actually not actually serving any function. I just assumed they were there so as their brains could be like interface with their helmet displays.
They're like
they're literally meant to be like the is it like pips you get on a military collar?
But they just drill them into your head.
Yeah, because it's
God bless them.
gay. Of course, that's what it means.
They're like chappy teenage girls that instead of having like their ears pierced, they get the piercing embedded in their forehead.
Oh yeah, when they get like in the cheek and stuff.
Or maybe it's so they can headbutt people.
Yes, you've always got to consider how you're going to perform optimally in a headbutting contest. It is an important variable. Can I talk about one of the miniatures that I don't like?
Go on then.
And it's not in miniature in its entirety. It's just the little fella that seemingly has been stuck on the back of the land speeder.
Yes.
What is going on with him? Like
that could have been just replaced with a sensor dome or a little service head kind of thing. And also you've got to think, is only half of his body like involved in this flying machine? Because where does he's in there, right? Where's the engine?
I mean, is there a
little hatch at the back, do you think, for him to climb in and out?
I mean, I assume he gets lowered into it, like, you know, R2-D2 in Star Wars.
Maybe.
Oh, you went on the topic of androids. You went a bit roboty there, Phil. Sorry, say that again, Phil.
I was going to say, it visually just looks a bit weird adding in that third guy, because then you get this weird sort of visual triangle of the three heads. Whereas if you took him out, and as Joe said, just put in a little sort of sensor array and made that more just a turret, it would then just sort of make way more sense, I think.
Yeah, totally.
What I also like about it is clearly, if you look at some of the pictures, like it's on a massive flying stand. It's I think it's going to be quite high up, so it's going to look more like a flyer than a hovercraft, which I think will visually look really cool on the tabletop. Yeah, I do like it. I think it looks cool. I just think that guy at the back, looks a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I like the miniature on the whole. I just don't understand what that was about. It's practically it doesn't make any sense from a design perspective, because it just sort of like as Joe says, where's the engine go? Where's any of it go? Right? Like it looks mad. You look at it and you think, well, this doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, one of the things I loved is one of the greatest Instagram accounts in all of Warhammer, Kit Basher Community, did a really, really funny Kit Bash Photoshop picture where it's just that guy and his little domey bit on a base, and it was it's just that is genius. Like, that as a miniature would be super cool. But yeah, it's just that weird thing. It's and who drew the short straw? It's all right, mate, you're getting in the back today. It's yay!
And we all know when there's three of you in the car, the one in the back never gets to talk to anyone.
No, exactly.
So he's well bored. He's just shooting stuff for the fun of it now.
Exactly. He's not having a good time. So he definitely is an element that I don't like. But bar that, everything else is great.
I bet you could do a cool conversion where you remove him and then you also seal in the other two guys, so it's more like an armoured cockpit, a bit like the Forge World variant of the original land speeder. I think that would also look cool and also save you the hassle of having to paint up two guys. But yeah, they're cool even with them. It's weird because normally, like the Invicta Warsuit, I thought looked a bit odd with the guy strapped in. With the pilot and gunner, they look okay. It's just the turret gunner looks a bit odd. But yeah, the sealed-in version might also look really cool. I think that might be something to try at some point.
Yeah. And also, if I'm on the topic of models, I'm not overly thrilled with the captain in Gravis armor. I don't love him. He's good, but it's sort of a bit. It's not that great. It's one of those ones where he's all right, but I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, he's, as you said, he's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going out of my way to buy that model because I think it's pretty average. But then it's like the original ones that came in Dark Imperium, like those captains they're okay. I mean, maybe good for conversion potential. It's odd that because they've obviously already got a Gravis captain.
Yeah, so but you can't buy that Gravis captain separately yet, can you? Can you buy that Gravis captain separately?
No,
I don't think so, because I think that came on a multi-part sprue.
Do we reckon that the Gravis guy, the Gravis guys, will come with their own warlord trait, like the Phobos one does?
Well, that assumes that the Phobos are keeping that warlord trait.
Yeah,
because they may just.
He gets 6 warlord traits, doesn't he?
He does historically. Whether he's keeping that, we don't know.
I mean, it seems likely they would, just to theme them to be slightly different.
I mean, why not? All right, we've talked about the models, which are mostly pretty. Let's get into the ugly topic, which is the rules. So, understandably, there's a lot of chatter in the community already about the state of play with the game and what this Marine release represents and what it's doing. I think it's fair to assert on what we're seeing here. There's a lot of reasons to be concerned about what Space Marines are about to represent. I mean, it definitely appears that the Space Marines were not content, or rather Games Workshop were not content with Space Marines just being really good. It seems that they just want the game, at least at its more competitive end, to just be like Horus Heresy of old and just have lots of different Space Marine armies playing against each other. Because, I mean, wow. There's just so much to unpack here in terms of what the addition of these units is going to do to an already insanely powerful army. But the first of the rules that they revealed was the Master of Sanctity, which basically is...
No, you're skipping ahead.
Oh,
they
sorry.
teased us with a bit of Crusades, Dan. You're trying
Yes, they did.
to hide the Crusade rules.
Sorry, they did also talk about Crusade, but as per the Necron segment, no one here knows anything about Crusade, so we're just gonna...
No, this is the best bit about Crusade. You get to turn a character that has been suffered loads of battle scars. He's been wounded, and you get to plonk him in a dreadnought. And here's the tease that you also, if it was a Psyker, get to turn him into a Psyker dreadnought. How cool is that? Which implies that regular Space Marines in the Space Marine Codex get access to Psyker dreadnoughts. Think about that.
But so what, they're going to redo the Blood Angels Librarian dreadnought to be for everyone?
Generic, quite potentially.
Because Space Marines need that. That's what they're really lacking in, isn't it? More dreadnoughts, but ones that just pops out more willy-nilly.
Well, it sort of makes sense that they're gonna, because they obviously skipping ahead slightly. There's a Blood Angels supplement coming, but all Space Marines use the Space Marine Codex, and then there's unit-specific stuff in the supplements. So what they might have gone is, when they were looking at the Blood Angels one, go, well, surely everyone can have a Librarian Dreadnought, so let's port that across. Now, it might be that the Psyker Dreadnought is just a thing for Crusade, but it would sort of make sense that it would actually just be a generic thing that all chapters have access to.
Yeah.
I mean, it never really made a huge amount of sense that only the Blood Angels got access to psychic dreadnoughts, given the fact that, I mean, okay, fair enough, Mephiston is pretty psychic, and I get that there are some, weird elements to the Blood Angels that make them slightly more psychic than some maybe, but why librarian dreadnoughts were Blood Angels only, I never really understood. It would just seem like one of those weirdly convenient things that just sort of happened.
Yeah, like, why don't Grey Knights have them?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty... Well, they do technically, because their dreadnoughts are psychers.
Yeah.
But they don't have
they're not
weapons.
like... Yeah, they don't function like Grey Knights. They're just support vehicles that can do mortal wounds and stuff. Like,
Yeah, which is very odd. Very, very odd. But yes, Phil, you are right. If you understand anything about Crusade and you're doing a Crusade game, you can indeed make your character a dreadnought or a psychic dreadnought, should you be able to understand what all those words mean in order to do it. But there you go. Good. Anyway.
Pretty cool.
Yes, pretty cool. So yeah, Master of Sanctity. That's the first rule that they start talking about. Now, what this is essentially saying is remember all those Psychic Awakening books that we made you buy less than a year ago? Don't worry about them anymore, because we're going to roll them all into this new book. Yay! Which we kind of knew was going to happen. Obviously, we knew it was going to happen. But it actually is happening. So now, the Master of Sanctity, or Chief Librarians, or Chief Apothecaries, or whatevers, are now becoming part of the regular Space Marine Codex. Master of Sanctities is pretty much exactly the same as it was within Psychic Awakening, although interestingly, they've changed Wise Orator Warlord trait to be +1 to your litany as opposed to re-roll your litany, so a 1 will always fail. But you can re-roll litanies, right, Joe, with a command point?
No, you can't.
No.
I don't think you can, no.
So that actually is an interesting mechanic, I suppose, because it means that if you do roll a 1, there's no way that you're going to get it, which I guess...
I think the reason why that, like, this is my complete, like, guessing here, is that the chaplain has completely replaced the librarian.
Yes.
Because you hit the Wise Orator, who gets all the re-rolls, so he's basically always getting it. So why would you take him... Why would you take a librarian when he basically does everything but better and more efficiently?
Well, I'd say, does he do it better in some instances? It depends in... There are instances where I say the librarians are better, but 9 times out of 10, those comparisons are only really valid when you factor in transports or arriving from reserves. Because obviously the chaplain can't do it if he's not on the tabletop.
Yeah.
But that's the only time the chaplain isn't better than a librarian. Because the librarian turns up and does stuff, whereas a chaplain has to be on the board to do stuff.
Yeah, and a librarian's powers can be stopped, whereas a chaplain's can't.
Correct, yeah, which is crazy good.
Yeah.
I mean, again, unless that librarian that you're taking is Chief Librarian Tigerius, then I don't really see any point in taking a librarian in Space Marine armies at the moment.
Yeah, unless in your local area you've got like lots of custodies and demons and harlequins and Drakari, and you need null zone desperately. There's no real need for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, null zone is super powerful. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they've got access to that's super powerful. I mean, it's just that thing.
That psychic power that allows Space Marine units to strike first. Actually, really strong.
Yeah, that is really strong.
That
also allows you to re-roll charges.
Yeah,
which is really big.
It's good 'cause it helps you overall. If you know you're going to be in combat in your opponent's phase, it means that overrules your opponent picking who strikes first. So that's really strong on Terminators.
Oh, on anything really. Well, not on anything, obviously, but most things. But yeah, the Master of Sanctity now being included as a generic Space Marine stratagem thing that's going to be in the book, alongside all of its other equivalents. The banner guy, the champion, the apothecary, the librarian, the tech marine, the master of the forge. So yeah, solid. Excited to see how all that comes together and what little subtle changes they'll make to that. But yeah, I mean that's not the biggest offender. I think what probably is one of the biggest offenders is this heavy intercessor squad. So if I can read you through the stats just quickly. Heavy intercessors are like regular intercessor Space Marines, except with a few key differences. So their movement is 5, which is 1 less than a regular intercessor. Their weapon skill and ballistic skill is 3, the same as a regular intercessor. Their strength is 4. Their toughness is 5. They've got 3 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3+ save. And what is doubly crazy about these guys is, unlike any of the other variant of Gravis squads, you can take these guys in 10-man squads. Not that you would, but you could, which is pretty crazy. And their troops choices, which is even more hilarious. So, yeah, let me just quickly bash through a bunch of their different guns. So they've got the Executioner Bolt Rifle, which is range 42, heavy 1, strength 5, AP 2, 2 damage, which is crazy good. Execution, and then you've got the Heavy Bolter variant of the Executioner, which is range 42, heavy 2, strength 5, -2, 3 damage, which is very, very strong. Then you've got the Heavy Bolt Rifle, which is range 36, rapid fire 1, strength 5, -1, 1 damage. Then you've got the Heavy Bolter variant of the Heavy Bolt Rifle, or rather just the Heavy Bolter, as you'll know it and love it, which is strength 5, -1, 2 damage Heavy Bolter, which everyone else will agree is crazy good. And then you've got the Hellstorm Bolt Rifle, which is the assault variant of this bolt rifle, or rather these guys' bolt rifle weapons, which is assault 3, strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage. And then the Hellstorm Heavy Bolter, which is heavy 4, strength 5, AP 0, 2 damage with a range of 30 inches. And then essentially what it says is that if you take the Executioner Bolt Rifle, you can take 1 Executioner Heavy Bolter per 5 models. And then additionally, if you take the Heavy Bolt Rifles, you can take the Heavy Bolter. And if you take the Hellstorm Bolt Rifles, you can take the Hellstorm Heavy Bolter. Whew, there you go. And then keyword-wise, they're Gravis, they're Imperium, Adeptus Astartes, Chapter, Infantry, Corps, Primaris, Intercessors, MXX Gravis, Heavy Intercessor Squad. There you go.
What's interesting with the keywords is that they're core. And it's like, what does that mean? Because that's a new keyword that we've not seen before.
Do you think they're changing up the language? Do you think they're getting rid of troops?
Maybe. Well, maybe core is something that's like, yeah, maybe rather than troop choices gaining objective secure, maybe it's core. So therefore you could have some armies having non-troops gaining objective secured as a generic thing, potentially.
I mean,
that'd be interesting.
That's a pretty good hypothesis. I mean, Joe, what do you think about core? What does that say to you?
Oh, I reckon it's going to have something to do with power level.
Oh, you reckon?
Or conquest, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget conquest.
Yeah, because core just makes me feel like, your army has to be like 50% core units, like, and then like 25% characters and 25% specialist or something. I don't know what the other word will be, but yeah, I reckon it'll be for that.
I mean, irrespective of the core keyword, though, I mean, these guys are bananas. Like, the idea that you could take 3 units of these in a battalion, or 6 units of them in a battalion, or you could potentially take as many as 18 units of them if you ran 3 battalions. I mean, yeah, this is starting to really, really, really polarize the community and create a bit of a problem with regards to the marine heavy meta, because I think no one really asked for these guys to exist. No one expected it.
It's like one of those memes where it goes like, everybody ... GW, toughness 5 infantry with 3 wounds.
it's
Yeah.
it's bananas, right? Like,
Well, it's funny because everyone joked when they announced that regular Marines were going to 2 wounds. Like, oh, does this mean Primaris are going to 3 wounds? And the assumption was no, but they kind of are with these guys.
Yeah.
the scary conversation is going to be how many points do these guys end up costing you? Because an aggressor squad at the moment is running you around 35 points a model, something like that. 35, 40, I think it is.
I reckon there'll be about 30 points. Because how many points is an Intercessor? 20 at the moment?
20, yeah.
Oh, there might be 25 then, I reckon.
No, I think that'd be more like 30.
I
in
mean,
which case, it's like, is it worth it?
I mean, yes, of course it is. If these guys are 40 points a model, you're still going to be saying to yourself,
GW will point them to sell, and
Oh.
it'll be 25 to 30.
I think 30 is where you're going to find them, yeah. Sorry, Joe.
My money's closer to 25 than 30, but they are going to be at a points price that people are going to automatically want to put them in their army. Like listening to this, I'm like, oh, do I just do an Imperial Fist army? Just do 60 of these and just call it there.
Well, I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? Because when you understand the makeup of an army like Space Marines, and you understand all the options that they're going to have available to them, and all the things that they're going to be able to do, and then you start to add these guys into the mix. I mean, yeah, already you're looking at this going, cool, Imperial Fists. I mean, what do you do against a 10-man Imperial Fist squad of these guys? I mean, they're just going to mow everything down, especially if they're only 300 points for 10. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, and they've all got bolt weapons that are all basically heavy.
Mm.
And they just stand there and just gun you down. And obviously, I don't know what they're going to do about the supplements for the existing stuff. But like Fists have access to stuff that gives units +1 toughness and +1 like save when they're next to objectives.
Mm.
So you'll never shift these obsec units that have got 30 wounds in them.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like Raven Guard ones of these, just chuck them on objective at the back of the board, and just leave them there for an entire game. Because you'll never get rid of them at -1 to hit them.
No. Well, assuming they're in cover, -1 to hit them. But even then, with a 2-up save all over the place, they're just... Because you think about every other army in the game. I mean, you know, let's use a closest comparison to Space Marines you can get, which is the Chaos Space Marines. What can a Chaos Space Marine army do against that?
Nothing. Literally.
Other than obliterators, what have they got?
Well, no, obliterators, unless you're running Iron Warriors obliterators, where you get to re-roll the dice on the D3s, there is no certainty that one unit of obliterators will be able to kill these.
Well, that's judging the current rules for the Chaos, because you don't know what kind of power bump they're going to get.
Unless they get their own chapter masters and their own lieutenants, it will never happen.
Mm. But that's the thing. Even when I look at like things that historically have been like good, you know, secure anti-marine units, like Shining Spears from the Elder range, right?
Yeah.
So Shining Spears used to have the advantage that if you took a 9-man unit of them and you got a charge off, you were guaranteed that you were killing a few units of Primaris Marines, or at least one unit of Primaris Marines. You just run into it and murk it. But against these, I mean, a 10-man unit of these guys up against a 9-man unit of Shining Spears, with the best will in the world, I don't actually think the Shining Spears can kill all these guys in a turn.
No, or like 3 Ravagers with Disintegrators, which used to just mow down Marines for days.
Mm.
You're gonna need 4 Disintegrator shots at best to potentially kill one of these guys.
Yeah.
So one whole Ravager at best will probably kill 2.
Yeah.
And that is insane. So 3 Ravagers won't kill a 10-man unit.
No.
of the.
Well, I don't think they should. Like, these guys are meant to be super durable.
Yeah, but
Like,
how many points?
They're effectively like Terminator equivalent, because that's what Primaris Gravis kind of is.
But they're not Terminators. They're just basic infantry. Really.
But in souped up heavy armor. Like,
so a Ravager is about 160, maybe 180 points. So nearly 200. So you're looking at, let's say, 550 for the lot, right? So it'd be 250 points more expensive than this 10-man squad.
We assume.
We assume, and it won't be able to kill it.
Well, it won't even be able to half it.
Yeah.
Because realistically, you're getting, 9 shots a guy?
Yeah.
So 9 shots, you hit 6 times, assuming you're not re-rolling anything. Then you'll wound 3 times.
Because you're wounding on 4s.
Wounding on 4s. It's -2 or -3 for the disintegrate?
-3.
Okay, fine. So we'll say you've passed 1 save. So 1 will die per Ravager.
Yeah.
Well, even if you don't pass all your saves, 1 dies per Ravager. Until
Yeah.
Well, I think
if these guys are in cover, they still get a 5-up save.
yeah.
And
yeah, well, I think the thing is though, so obviously things like heavy bolters are all going from 1 damage to 2 damage, but obviously you're going to have a similar thing for the Xenos racers as well. So you'll probably find a lot of your Dark Elder weapons are going from 1 damage to 2 damage to kind of factor this sort of thing in.
This is one of the interesting things and something that I was curious about, right? Because I had assumed that Firstborn Marines going up to 2 wounds and all of that kind of communication mechanically suggested that they were going to do things to kind of accommodate for that, and then maybe look to increase damage or give you, reasons to believe that they were going to balance the game around the idea that Marines have 2 wounds, or like things like this exist. But then you look at what people are seeing on the Necrons, like Necron Warriors. Necron Warriors are still 1 damage, rapid fire, 4+ save, toughness 4, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. So Necron Warriors can't do anything. And then how much is a Necron Warrior? 10 points or something like that.
maybe 11 now. I think it went up.
Well, even say that if they're 10 points a model, right, for example, and again, I don't know the exact points off the top of my head, and these guys come in at, say, 30, and you go, here's 3 Necron Warriors against one of these guys. I mean, crikey, here's 6 Necron Warriors against 1 heavy intercessor. Can 6 Necron Warriors do anything to this thing? No. Like, not on average. I mean, maybe, but not really. It's bonkers, mate. It's absolutely bonkers how good these guys are. So we'll wait and see, I guess. We'll wait and see what happens. But, yeah, wow. It's mad. It's mad to think that they've given Marines something like this with the reroll auras they get, with the chaplains that buff the reroll auras, with the librarians that buff the other stuff, with the doctrines that buff, with the super doctrines that buff. It's like it's just layer upon layer of madness. It's just...
I think what you do with this army is you just take it with Iron Hands. You take 60 of them with Ferios and an apothecary that gives them all +1 to feel no pain. So all these guys have got a 5-up invulnerable save with 5-up feel no pain.
Jesus,
that would be mad.
And then you just laugh in your opponent's face.
I think it's a shame, though. I think it's a shame because I think there are a lot of people out there who are playing Marines because they love Marines, right? And it's not all just super diehard competitive players, right?
I absolutely love Marines. Marines are cool. They're one of the best armies in the game for painting their models, because their models always look amazing.
Agreed.
It literally takes like 5 to 6 paints, and like a steady hand and some transfers, and they always just look glorious, and they're super cool. And like there's these jacked up super soldiers just running around punching people's faces in. Like, what's not to like about that? But in the actual game, like they're just an absolute like nightmare that's just tilted the entire system in one direction. And Games Workshop, because they've always had this cone of silence about future releases and stuff, just coming across in this like almost like negative way of like, it's only Space Marines now. That is, Space Marines is life. We don't care about the other factions. It only comes about. Yeah.
I sort of disagree on that one. I think obviously this year it's all going to be Marines.
And last year.
Yeah, but I sort of think next year it's going to be... I mean, yeah, there may be more Marine releases coming down the line at some point, but I think this is the last of the big Marine pushes.
I think it's going to be...
For a while. I think next year will be all about either other races, all the Xenos factions, and probably a new race completely, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more specific sub-factions coming out.
I think the thing that's interesting, though, for GW is that GW has become such a bigger company than they were 5 years ago, right? And I think there is an expectation and a belief that they obviously need to maintain that growth and maintain that size as a business. And I think business decisions are coming in more in the range and their releases. And I think the problem is, right, is this stuff is going to come out in October, November time, and it's coming off the back of a massive Indomitus release, and then the year before they had hugely successful sales of Space Marine stuff off the back of the Space Marine book they put out last year, and the Shadow Spear box. This stuff is going to sell ridiculous, right? And then it's going to be really interesting, because arguably there's thousands potentially, I don't know how many of the Indomitus box they sold, but let's suggest for a moment they sold millions of Indomitus boxes, because they may have done, or hundreds of thousands at least. There are potentially millions of gamers out there now who have Necron stuff that never had Necron stuff in their collection before. And it's going to be really interesting to see for GW as a business, and I appreciate they're never going to release this data or information, but it's going to be an interesting exercise for them, because are people going to pick up the Necron stuff? Is Necrons going to be anything special? Or are they going to be maybe like 100th of what this Marine release does? And then when they go, okay, cool, here's your Elder army, say, early next year, or here's your Orc stuff. If that Orc release is a big push for them and it doesn't do what the Marines are doing, the business side of things is going to kick in, and they're going to start going, well, we need more Marines because that's how we make our money. And that's going to be one of the interesting things, is it going to be that situation drives their release schedule more and they become more aggressive with Marine releases? Because I think the good people at GW are rubbing their hands at the moment with this Marine release that's about to come around the corner, because I think Christmas is coming early on top of already quite an early Christmas peak for Games Workshop with this.
The problem they're going to have is that with the game system itself, is that it can't just become another Horus Heresy where everyone's just playing Marines. For good guys to exist and be cool, they need bad guys to fight against.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
And without that super Eldar faction or that super Tau faction to fight against, because those two have historically have always been like the big heavy hitters, but everyone will just get bored.
I agree. But as I say, what I was trying to say about the Marine players, though, is I feel for the guys that now, because this is the thing, in casual gaming scenarios, again, like me and Joe were talking about this before, if we were just playing in more casual settings and we only had like a handful of armies, so Joe was always playing.
So if me and you literally just bought 3 Indomitus boxes between us, and you had the Marines and I had the Necrons, I think after about a month of playing it, I'd probably be like, you'd be like, Joe, do you want to come around and have a game? I'd be like, nah, I'll just sit home and punch myself in the face instead.
Because that'd be more enjoyable, right?
Yeah, that'd be more enjoyable. And,
I think it's... sorry, Joe.
The thing is that Games Workshop sometimes forget is that that's what people do. they go halves on the box set. Like kids, like with Dark Imperium, would go in and be like, "I'll take the Death Guard, you take the Marines," and then whoever pulls the short straw and doesn't have the Marines is most likely not going to be doing that hobby in a year's time.
Or they're gonna,
or they'll just be doing the Marines.
Yeah, or they'll just be like, flog off the Death Guard or the Necrons or whatever, and make a massive loss, and then start a Marine army.
In the defense of the heavy intercessors, like, I think they're great for theming an army. A bit like what I was saying with the Necrons before. Like, if you want to do just all destroyer army or Canotech, you can do. With this, you can go, well, Marines, you can do an all Phobos army or an all sort of standard intercessor army, and now you can do an all Gravis army. So I think that is cool in and of itself.
oh, really cool.
Like, and the choices now that you go, or actually now Primaris have flyers that don't require, the standard, old school Marines to gain access to. Like, that is cool. But when you look at, like, their entire range, is like, oh my god, they've just got so much stuff, and it all seems to be really good. And they've just got, I mean, that's the thing with Marines, is they've always had the tactical flexibility in picking your units, that you can always pick something that does what you want it to. Like, you've always got close combat units, you've always got shooty stuff that's really good, you've got stuff that's all-rounders. I think and then in addition to that, you get units where, okay, so now we've got 3 different weapon types per squad. It's like, you've got so much choice now, it's pretty insane. And then when you compare that to other armies, I can see why people might get a bit annoyed.
Oh, totally, man. Totally. And, I mean, also, let's get on to the next unit that they've actually put rules in here for, which is the Storm Speeder.
It's the multi-melter bit, but never mind.
Well, yeah, I appreciate there was the multi-melters in the Eradicators, but, I mean, we kind of talked about that already, and, yeah, so they've added multi-melters to Eradicators, which basically means that Eradicators were great, and now they're even better. Yay!
If you're a Salamanders player, you're laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh, totally, man. Like, these guys with a multi-melter in there, so now they get, as I say, like 8 shots or whatever it is. It's like, wow, that's bananas. So...
half range.
I mean, the multi-melter might not get the rule, but let's assume it will, because it's a squad rule, right?
It would then be pointless having the multi-melter in there.
True.
Pay the points for it, because it does exactly the same as what the other guns do.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. So either they're making it they're getting rid of that rule, and it was just something that existed for a blip with the Indomitus box that isn't going to make it into the final thing. But typically with this stuff, if anything, it's probably going to become more abusive. But do you remember the old?
Go on.
Do you remember the old days of, like, say, Bladestorm for Dire Avengers, where they got to shoot 1 extra shot for 1 shooting phase? Well, not 1 shooting phase, but they got to shoot 1 extra shot. But in order to do it, they couldn't shoot the following shooting phase. You remember those days? Ooh, what a mad time that was, where they actually had consequences.
You're like, cool, I'm gonna drop out my 4 squads of Dire Avengers out of my Wave Serpents and doom and guide the hell out of as much as I can, and then Bladestorm you. But if this goes wrong, I'm in trouble. Exactly.
And it wasn't like they went, cool, you go from Assault 2 to Assault 4. They went from Assault 2 to Assault 3. Different times. So the Storm Speeder. Now, look, what I think is really interesting about this, and it's something of a discussion that I've been having with the guys throughout, and I think one of the things that represents one of the biggest problems with the Marines from a balance perspective is, I think, this new design principle that they've come up with in relation to Space Marines is probably having the biggest negative impact on them as a balanced force, or something that has balance, because essentially what is happening here is they are creating single chassis and loading them with weapons, and what effectively that's doing is it's kind of increasing the efficiency of Space Marines in unforeseen ways, because no other vehicles in 40k have this many guns. None. You think about Elder, Tau, Genestealer Cult, Imperial Guard. I mean, admittedly, Imperial Guard Lehman Russes have a lot of guns on them, but most other Imperial
you're
Guards
paying extra for the sponsons, and even then, that's still not anywhere near as much as. I mean, it's the equivalent of what's on this speeder, but not on, say, a repulsor, for example, which I think was the thing that sort of started the trend, because that was, I guess, the first Primaris vehicle.
And I think this is the issue, though. It's like, you think about an equivalent vehicle. So again, I look to like the I mean, we can use Drakari as an example, as Joe has already said. The Ravager, right? The Ravager comes with 3 guns on it, right? And these guns are either really good at killing vehicles or they're really good at killing infantry, right, Joe?
Well,
not as the case may be.
That's the theory behind it.
Indeed.
But you either get... So there's about 15 points disparity between the two choices, the anti-tank or the anti-infantry. The anti-tank version fires 3 shots in total, and that's from 3 single shotguns. They hit on 3, their strength 9, -4, d6 damage at best. And you only get reroll ones to hit if you have an Archon. The only way you get reroll ones to wound is if you take a specific relic and a specific obsession. If you don't have an Archon, there is no rerolls for them whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I think the average damage for that thing is 4 against a vehicle.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I think that's
one,
the bit...
So 2 hit, 1 wounds, average is 3 to 4 on that last shot. Or you have the anti-infantry one, where admittedly it fires 9 shots at strength 5, -3, 2 damage. But the issue is the game is heading into an elite kind of meta where everything is toughness 5. So you're now hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s.
And they've got 3 wounds.
And they've got 3 wounds. It's laughable.
And I think the thing is, though, as well, like, if you look at other, like, vehicle equivalents, like, you compare this to, I don't know, even something like the Hornet from the Elder Forge World range. Like, a Hornet is a really, durable chassis, and quite a comparable chassis to this thing. Admittedly, this thing's got 2 more wounds than a Hornet, so the Storm Speeder is movement 16, which is 2 less movement than a Hornet. Weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 3+, so it's got better weapon skill than a Hornet, but the same ballistic skill. Strength 5, toughness 6 is the same as a Hornet. It's got 2 more wounds than a Hornet, 1 more attack than a Hornet. Same leadership, not that really matters, obviously, and the same armor save, right? So it's better than an Elder Hornet, but the Elder Hornet has the ability that when it basically advances, it's native -1, which is pretty reasonable. But the point is the Hornet can have either 2 star cannons, 2 Eldari missile launchers, 2 pulse lasers, not pulse lasers like the ones you get on Crimson Hunter Exarchs, pulse lasers that are specifically Hornet pulse lasers, which are strength 6, -3, 2 damage, right? And that thing's clocking in at about 110, 120 points. And it's good. I'm not suggesting it's not good, but it's got so much less gear than this thing does, and it's this amount of gear that takes it over the edge, because all of a sudden you're going, well, there's no way you can't guarantee this thing is going to at least cripple or kill a vehicle, Yeah.
Well, this thing... So, a Ravager has movement 14. This has got 16. this thing is weapon skill and ballistic skill 3, whereas the Ravager is weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 3. This is strength 5, Ravager is strength 4. This is toughness 6, Ravager's toughness 6, wounds 10, same. Attacks, leadership are the same. The Ravager's got a 4-up save and a 5-up invuln, whereas this has got a flat 3-up, which is probably better.
Yeah.
Because on average you're going to be hitting it with -1, -2 guns, so it's always going to have a better save. The Melter Destroyer on this is heavy 3, so fires the same amount of shots. Strength 8, same. -4, the same. D6 damage, but when you're in half range, all 3 of those shots get D6 +2, so it's always minimum damage 3. And it's going to have access to a Chapter Master and a Lieutenant, so it's re-rolling all hits and re-roll wounds of 1. And this also does have an additional heavy 2 shots at strength 8 -3 flat 3 damage.
Yeah. And then if you're taking it as an Imperial Fist turn 1, it's going to be doing 4 damage or D6 +3 damage if it's at half range. Which is bananas.
Yeah, it's just not comparable to anyone else.
I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? Because you look at this guy and you go, this guy pretty much will kill most vehicles that you point it at, or cripple them.
Against a Drukhari player or an Admech player, taking 3 of these, you will literally storm through your opponent's lines in 1 turn. Like a Ravenwing army with Samael and some Huntmasters, turn 1 moves into the center of the board and literally murders your entire army.
Yeah, because they can get, if you take them, if this unit is from Dark Angels chapter, it has the Ravenwing keyword, which means that you can advance them and then they get a 4-up invuln as well.
Yeah, and then Samael gives them reroll 1s, and the Talon Master gives them reroll 1s to wound.
And ignore cover.
And ignore cover. And the Talon Masters aren't to be sniffed at either.
And then you take a Dark Talon next to them, and then they're -1 to be hit.
Yeah.
I mean, these can't be taken in squads, can they? Or I mean, doesn't seem.
No,
like
they're just one man things.
Yeah. So I guess you could go. Oh well, at least you can only take 3 of them. But I guess because there's also, I presume each variant has a different name, right?
Correct.
So you can actually take 3 of each variant.
I assume that is correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of these will kill a Lehman Russ a turn.
Oh, yeah,
the
easily.
melter version, yeah.
Easily.
Quite likely. Well, yeah, because not only do you have, as you said, the Melter Destroyer, which is pretty tasty, you've got the missile launcher doing flat 3 on top just to finish it off if you roll badly. But then, assuming you hit and wound all of them, you don't get a save. And even if you're doing your minimum 3 damage, that is still 9 out of what it has is 12 wounds. So that's pretty crippling in itself. I mean, yeah, you're hitting on 3s and you're wounding on 4s, so, you do need some kind of re-rolls to boost that against a Lehman Russ to kind of get all of those shots off. But,
but it's not like
if you roll
Marines.
well...
It's not like Marines have a hard time gaining access to rerolls.
Well, I think the thing is with this though, because it's so fast moving, you need to move it up the board. You need a captain on a jump pack or something that's going to deep strike. You got to have something that can keep up with it. You can't just have your new heavy Gravis captain.
No, you just have a Phobos captain and a lieutenant stood in the middle of the board waiting for it to turn up.
Well, you could do that for sure.
Yeah. Well, not the lieutenant, because the lieutenant has to deep strike in.
Yeah, I mean, I do think these guys sort of thematically go, oh, do these fit in with my Inceptor Minotaurs? Maybe.
Well, they're more Phobos-y in design. They've got the same masks as the Suppressor unit, and they've got that Phobos armor.
Same as the Warsuit, I guess. Yeah.
Irrespective, though, man, it's just one of those things where you're like, wow. That is mental. And the thing is, right, again, how many points are we talking, you reckon?
Well, it's 9 power levels, so isn't it times 10? So around 90 points.
I mean, if that thing is 90 points, that is insane. If that
I mean,
thing,
I don't know if that is the calculation, but it maybe that's the base plus then the weapons.
if that thing is south of 140, 100, if it's south of 150 points, it's bananas. Like that is crazy. If that thing is less than 130 points,
Ravager is 160 points with 3 disintegrators.
yeah.
Yeah, so imagine it's
that's 8 power level.
So
this thing will be 200, I reckon.
Oh, so yeah,
Wow.
okay, it will be loads more then.
wait and
So
see,
maybe-
mate. Wait and see.
Yeah.
Because then didn't they do? Is that the FAQ'd power level or the original power level?
This is the FAQ'd power level.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe my calculation was off then. Yeah.
Well, either way, though, I mean, if this thing is less than 150 points, I don't know, man. I don't want to be that guy that sort of just has a go at it for the sake of having a go at it. It's cool that Marines are getting loads of cool new stuff on top of cool new stuff. Great, but like, yeah, it's just, as I say, as a design principle, what they've essentially done is they've gone, for this vehicle, we're going to give it free weapon points. Or to use like the old Tau crisis suit logic, we've given it free weapon points or whatever. So we've got free areas or free places we can put weapons. We've got the main hull, the wings, and the top mounted bit. And they've gone, there you go, we're going to put weapons on those locations. But that is, on average, for a vehicle of its size, about twice as many guns as its equivalent. If you think that the old land speeder used to have 2 guns, this thing's got, well, it's got 3 guns, but then the guns are situated in different places on it, so it's actually got like potential to have 5 guns on it if you look at it, because it's got the 2 missile silos on the side, the 2 missile silos on the top, and the 1 at the point. So it's got 5 weapons on it. So yeah, so that's more than twice the amount of weapons that the
because the Storm Speeder, the Hammer Strike variant has the most weapons because it's got the turret at the top. It's got the missiles under the wing, which I think is the only variant with those. Then it's got the little sponsons, and then it's got the las Talon at the front.
Oh, the sponsons are spotters for the missiles.
Oh, are they spotters? Oh, I thought it was like a mini crack missile or something.
No, they're like marker lights. For where the
so they
missiles
just
go.
move those around, but otherwise it's the same. I see.
Yeah. So the idea,
Interesting.
but that's supposed to be like the anti-flyer version of this thing. So like the Storm Speeder is for killing things in the sky. The Hammer Strike is for killing vehicles on the ground, and the Hail Strike.
So the anti-air one's going to be absolutely awful then, because for some reason, I've always discovered that the anti-air versions of things are always the worst version, because for some reason anti-air stuff is only ever 1 damage, and it's like you do realize that the things that fly in the air are just as tough as the stuff that drives around on the floor.
Yeah, but this one's got a las Talon, so I don't think it's going to have that same problem.
Yeah.
Because if this is the same las Talon that is on the repulsor,
It's a 2-shot las cannon.
it's a heavy 2 las cannon, yeah.
Yeah, that is what it will be.
And then if those 2 things on the underside are Hellstrike missiles, that's 2 melter shots. And then if the thing on top is an Icarus rocket pod, which the Icarus rocket
two
pod,
of them.
the Icarus rocket pod is on the Redemptor Dreadnought, and it's got +1 to hit against flyers. I think it's strength 5 -1 or something, but it's a D6 shots. So
But
2
is it
D6 shots.
-1 to? Is it like -1 to hit ground units?
Yeah,
well?
I think so. But anyway, the point is these are all really good.
Yeah.
All of this is really good. Marines, I mean, if any of you out there have already played with your Indomitors box set, you know that Blade Guard veterans are mad, like absolutely mad when they work. And if you can get them to work, they're crazy. The the bikes, the Outriders, are really strong because they're crazy durable, shoot a lot, and fight like maniacs. The Eradicators are by far and away the greatest unit in that Indomitus box. They're stupid good. And the Assault Intercessors are Assault Intercessors, but no one cares about those anymore because Heavy Intercessors now exist. So who cares? It's just like, bam.
What about Heavy Assault Intercessors? That's what I want to see.
That's what you want to see. That's
Close combat.
Those are aggressors, Phil.
Yeah, those are aggressors, to be fair, Phil.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, but I'd rather they have other weapons than just the Bolt Storm Gauntlets, even though they're really good.
Well, they do. They've got the Flamestorm Gauntlets.
But they're not very good unless you're Salamanders.
You say that, but they're about to become range 12.
Well, yeah, then they'd be pretty decent.
And then they're well good.
Yeah.
So, what's the closing thoughts on all the Space Marine bits that they put out there? Let's start with Robot Phil. Go on, Phil. Tell us about the Space Marine thoughts and feelings.
Space Marines make me go, oh, did we just see some Necron stuff? I don't remember. I'm too busy wowing at all the Space Marine stuff. I like them. I think there's a couple of models where they look a bit odd, like the double melter Eradicators and maybe the heavy captain, but otherwise they all look stunning. Rules wise, yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Excited to see more. Pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I sort of just wish the heavy Gravis guys came out earlier because I would have got them for my Minotaurs army.
Well, you can still get them now, though.
Yeah, I know, but I've literally built like 40 intercessors. It's like, do I need more intercessors? Well, I do, because I need the heavy intercessors, obviously, but yeah.
Games Workshop's accountants say yes.
Yeah, yes, they've done their tactics perfectly, where I built a Marine army and they've gone, but here you can have a different Marine army to add to your current Marine army, and everyone will be like, yes please, thank you.
Just run a Death Watch, and then you can take everything.
With special issue ammunition as well, no doubt. Yeah.
Well, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? I love all the new models. They look amazing. I just weep for the fact that I don't own a Space Marine army, and I play all the armies that Marines kill really well.
Yeah, I mean, I own a Space Marine army. And, I mean, I own a few Space Marine armies, to be fair, and it's cool that the models are nice, and it's nice to get some more variety, but I really sincerely hope that GW just stop doing Marines after this. However, obviously, in the next segment we're going to go into this, but obviously that isn't the case, because the rest of the year, 2020, is Space Marine releases. So fine, but
and
get it out of your system and leave it alone from 2021 onwards for a little bit, I feel.
Yeah, well, don't forget, there's a whole bunch of models they've already revealed that still haven't come out yet. You've got Chaplain on bike, you've got those, is that APVs? I can't remember now, little buggies.
Yep.
You know, you've got tons of Marine miniatures to still come out this year.
Oh, totally. Tech Marines.
In addition to these ones, yeah. And then, yeah, the servo turret thing, yeah. They've got a lot of stuff.
An absolute truckload of stuff. So hopefully once they get this out of their system, we can move forwards. Although people are already starting to speculate that Lionel Johnson's coming out in January, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, because they're the, apart from obviously Grey Knights, they're the only non-chapter group that hasn't been announced.
Yeah. Well, why don't we talk about that in the next segment? But yeah, look, I mean, Marines. I'm a 40k player, so I love Space Marines. I just feel for all the people out there who, you know, are really die-hard players of a specific army that are really, really struggling at the moment, because obviously if you're a die-hard Craftworld, Death Corps of Krieg, Death Guard, you know, Tau player, it's a really rough time at the moment in terms of keeping your enthusiasm and keeping yourself engaged in the hobby. And you're either jumping on this Space Marine train, or you're probably, taking up other kind of interests or other kind of hobby things at the moment to satisfy your requirements and your free time. And I think that is a bit of a shame. But regardless of that, I mean, it's going to make GW I was going to swear, but I saved myself from it. It's going to make them a lot of money. I suppose that's no bad thing from where they're coming from. Maybe they can invest it in making the app better. Ooh, sick burn. But there we go. Cool. All right, that was Space Marines. Hopefully you enjoyed what we had to say on the topic, but we're going to move on now to talking about the last part of this update, which is the upcoming supplements, the Forge World book, and just our general thoughts and feelings about what's left in 2020 for Warhammer 40,000. Transitional noise! Woo! Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is now the final segment of this rather epic saga that has been the Warhammer 40,000 Codex Show and all of the various ramifications that their announcements have brought. Now, this is the final bit where we're going to be talking about the new codexes that are going to be coming out for the rest of the year, because they revealed 4 codexes that are going to fill up the year 2020. There's a new model, which we kind of spoke about already, but we'll just briefly talk about that, which is a Death Guard Terminator Captain person thingamabob. And then the bulk of this segment is going to be myself and Phil talking about, speculating about the new Forge World updates. Because obviously, as those who have listened to this show before will know, Phil will have plenty of opinions about this Forge World update and what it potentially means for his Forge World exclusive army, the Death Corps of Krieg. And before I bring Phil in to start saying words, obviously, it was too good to be true, Joe turning up to record with us. So don't be surprised that he didn't manage to make it for the second recording segment. He didn't even really have a very good excuse this time, did he, Phil?
I think he just knew it was going to be me ranting about Forge World. So he was like, I've heard this record play many a time before. I'm good.
I'm good. I'm out. Fair enough. But anyway, right, so let's kick it off and just rattle through it. So look, things begun. They said next in the line, and then they showed us this rather spangly trailer for the 4 new books. So we've got Space Marines Codex Supplement Space Wolves, Space Marines Codex Supplement Death Watch, Chaos Space Marine Codex Death Guard, or rather Codex Death Guard, because they're not technically given the title Chaos Space Marine Death Guard, even though obviously that's what they are. And then lastly, Codex Supplement, or rather Space Marine Codex Supplement Blood Angels. So what that basically tells us, Phil, is if we weren't already sick of Space Marines getting all the love and attention in the course of 2020 and 2019, we're going to have to endure yet another few months of Space Marine love and or excitement from G-Dubs. So how do you feel about the winter of Space Marines, Phil?
I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that the Forge World book's coming out to sort of tide me over, I'd probably be a bit annoyed. There are obviously in that Forge World book there's something for everyone, but I know a lot of people don't have models in there. But there's an awful lot of Space Marine models in there as well, so it's sort of yet more things for Space Marines.
Indeed. You're getting ahead of yourself, though, Phil. You're starting to dive.
Well, no.
You can't help yourself. We're talking about the Codex.
I'm just talking about the fact that there's still Space Marine stuff even in there that's coming out.
Of course.
I think it makes sense that these supplements come out. Maybe not the Death Guard, other than to be something that it just isn't Space Marines. I think because the way they're now doing it, they're consolidating all the codexes, Space Marine Codex specifically, into one big one, and then all the unique stuff is coming in the supplements. So obviously, Death Watch, Blood Angels, and Space Wolves are vastly different and kind of probably would be unplayable without them coming out. But then it means poor old Dark Angels are in a bit of a tricky situation.
Well,
where,
indeed. I think
where their unique units, I get, and they do have some, don't they?
Oh, they've got loads of
all the
unique
raiding
units, yeah.
stuff.
They've got so in terms of unique units, I think the Dark Angels are sitting at well, so if you include their Deathwatch Terminators, not Deathwatch Terminators, sorry, I was looking at the Deathwatch cover, the Deathwing Terminators as a standard Terminator squad. So technically there's Cataphracte Deathwing Terminators, Tartarus Deathwing Terminators, Standard Deathwing Terminators, Deathwing Knights, and then the Deathwing Master Belial. So that's like 5 things, even when you start looking at Deathwing in terms of exclusivity. Then you've got the Raven Wing, which is...
You know what? I'm going to stop you there. I'm just going to go to the Games Workshop site and we can count out the number of items that they sell. So Space Marines sell 100 different units.
All right.
Blood Angels is 112. Black Templars 91. Dark Angels 104. Death Watch only 42. Who else do we got? Space Wolves 82. So actually, Space Wolves have some of the lower ones. So weirdly, Dark Angels, it's not like they've got the least units, so they don't really care about them.
No, I mean, I think if you actually...
sort of in the middle.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, they've not got quite as many specialist units technically than the Blood Angels. Although, actually, no, they've got more. They've got more units than the Blood Angels. They've got less than Space Wolves, but more than Blood Angels.
Maybe Blood Angels have got more Primaris Lieutenants.
They've got the same amount of Primaris Lieutenants. They both got 1 each. I think the Blood Angels have got I know the Blood Angels have got Sanguinary Guard and Death Company, and then 3 flavors of the same Dreadnought. So Librarian Dreadnought, Death Company Dreadnought, and Furioso Dreadnought. And then they've obviously got an absolute truckload of characters. So the Blood Angels definitely have more characters than the Dark Angels.
Yeah. That must be it.
But then the Dark Angels have still got like 5 characters. They've got Asmodai, Ezekiel, Belial, Samael, and Azrael. So they got 5 characters, and then they got 2 flyers, Ravenwing Knights. They got loads of stuff, is what I'm saying, Phil. So it's it's going to be interesting to see what us Dark Angel players are supposed to do.
Well, some people were speculating that a certain Primarch might be coming out with their codex potentially around Christmas time, but I don't think that's going to be the case because they've specifically said these are all the codexes coming out this year. Yeah,
well, I think ultimately if they're going to ship or kick off 2021 with the release of Lionel Johnson, obviously that's going to be an incredibly interesting thing to see happen. I think, as I say, the thing that's going to be super interesting is what the Dark Angel players are going to have to do in the meantime. Whether it is that they just go, as a Dark Angel player, you now have an option. You can either play the old Dark Angels book, of which you've been using for the last X many months of 9th edition, or you can use them as new Space Marines, but you can't use any of your Dark Angel stuff.
Yeah, unless they do a massive FAQ for them.
I just feel like...
it's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And massive FAQ is not the end of the world, I suppose, as long as it's temporary. But it is a bit of a nonsense, because then equally, right, if you're going to issue a massive FAQ for just the Dark Angels, why don't you do it for the Deathwatch and the Blood Angels? Even though, okay, fair enough, Deathwatch Blood Angels will be out probably by November, December, and the Space Marine book's coming on October, so you've only got to wait like a month. But that's still a month where you can't use your stuff properly.
Yeah. My theory is it'll be buy the new Space Marine Codex, use those units in there as is, but then if you want a particular Dark Angels character or unit, then you just reference that old codex.
Yeah, totally.
Which is a bit piecemeal and a bit, okay, which ones are which, but it should be relatively straightforward. What's interesting as well, sort of jumping around a bit, is that for Death Guard, that isn't really a supplement. That is a standalone codex, I'm assuming,
Correct,
based on like the wording. So it's interesting that with Space Marines, they're going, we're consolidating them all into one big book and doing supplements. But with Chaos, they've gone, no, you're still completely separate, separate books, which is interesting. Maybe it makes sense due to, you know, all the special buffs and boons that the Chaos Gods give to each particular unit, but it still seems like there's a lot of crossover and duplication.
I like the sound of Chaos, though, maintaining their independence as legions. I think that's really exciting. I think ultimately what would be really great is if obviously Death Guard are very much their own thing and they are very much their own style of army, so they exist in their own little world. Thousand Suns fulfill a similar brief. They're very different from every other type of Chaos Space Marine, so they can also occupy their own little pocket of reality. But then maybe, just maybe, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and then all other flavours of Chaos Space Marine, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, insert whatever Renegade chapter you wanna talk about, or Renegade Legion, or whatever it is they use in terms of terminology. Point is that, yeah, I think it'd be cool if they kept Death Guard and Thousand Suns separate, and then went, cool, everything else then becomes like Space Marines, so we go, here's Codex Chaos Space Marines, and here is World Eater Supplement, as opposed to World Eaters being drastically different. Because I think the thing is with like the World Eaters and the Emperor's Children to a certain extent, is I think you can kind of realise those legions within 40k with some additional rules and additional stratagems and some additional units that would make them sensible for supplements. But I think when you look at what they've obviously done with the Death Guard, there's just so much now to the Death Guard and subsequently to the Thousand Suns that they kind of just belong in their own book now. But maybe, just maybe...
Yeah, they really got and made them unique. Like, whereas Space Marines are a bit more generic and samey, but a bit different. And I guess a lot of Chaos Legions are similar to that, with the exception of a few outliers. And those outliers being vastly different, even from how Space Wolves are different to Space Marines.
Yeah, I mean, by that same token, I kind of feel like Space Wolves should be their own codex. You know, like they are so different from regular Marines, in the same way as I think Death Watch should be their own codex. So obviously they've made those work as supplements, but genuinely, in the same way as Grey Knights are going to be their own codex, I feel like Death Watch and Space Wolves should have been as well, for all the same reasons. But anyway, yeah, I mean, in terms of my thoughts and feelings towards these books and towards what we're looking at till the end of the year, I am a little bit disappointed that they didn't get any, like, thing other than Space Marines in there. Okay, yeah, sure, Death Guard aren't Space Marines, they're Chaos Space Marines, but obviously they are still Space Marine miniatures. So yeah, it's one of those where it's a bit like, oh, come on, guys, like, could you not have got something else done? But then hopefully, just hopefully, it gives me a degree of optimism for what we're going into in 2021 and what that could potentially represent in terms of releases for 40k and what kind of attention can now be given to other Xenos races, especially when you look at what happened to the Necrons and what they've just got. So yeah, I'm glass half full, but I am a bit disappointed that we're just, kicking off 9th edition and it's all Space Marines all the time. I
like the idea that they're going, right, there's a lot of Space Marines, but we're just going to get them out of the way. Rip that Band-Aid off straight away, basically. And obviously, with the exception of Dark Angels still to come, it's pretty much no more Space Marines.
Well, this is assuming that they're not going to, throughout the course of 2021, re-release current supplements, i.e. they'll go, here's a new Ultramarine supplement, here's a new Imperial Fist supplement, so on and so forth. Because
I don't mind that, because ultimately it'll probably be here's Imperial Fists, and maybe here's some characters, and that's it. It's not like, oh, here's some brand new units for your army.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the thing. But I do feel like I was thumbing through the Ultramarine supplement the other day, and I was like, yeah, there's lots of stuff in here that really needs to be updated for this new edition. So I can't see them keeping those current supplements for long, but we'll see. But there you go. Anyway, so yeah, interesting 2020 ahead of us in terms of obviously the interesting stuff that's been left behind us, but in terms of Warhammer 40,000 and all the fun that represents, yeah, I mean, they as tomes, they look great. I really like the redesign. I'm really excited to see how they update armies like the Death Watch and the Blood Angels. I'm really interested to see what they do with the Space Wolves as well, because I think the Space Wolves really need a bit of love when it comes to stuff. And yeah, the Death Guard are cool as well, I guess. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes. But on the topic of Death Guard, they did also unveil a new Death Guard miniature, which we kind of talked about already, but we'll just talk about it again now, just for reference. So there was this new Death Guard Terminator Lord character, but there was also some new scenery as well. So they got this new, furnace type thing that's covered in lots of kind of cartoony chaos iconography. Looks quite Age of Sigmar, I would say. Do you know what I'm talking about, Phil? Have you actually seen this, or are you thumbing through trying to find it?
I have. I'm just re-scrolling through to have a listen. Have a watch. Yeah, but it's sort of like the tree that they released for Age of Sigmar and 40k. Interestingly, there's a bit of Mechanicum scenery that we've not seen before that is just like a little chimney. That's new for regular.
No, that's not new, mate.
Isn't it not? The little top bit? That looks pretty... Is that just a standard chimney then?
Well, it depends. So you've got the central one, which is the big furnace with like the 3 ovens of Nurgle and the thing.
Yeah, you've got the Nurgly Death Guard one there.
Yeah,
and then you've got the mini Nurgly Death Guard one.
Yeah, and then you've got yeah, that's just a piece of Sector Mechanicus terrain painted. Oh, right.
The top bit looks a bit new, but maybe that is just...
No. As someone who's built a lot of that stuff, trust me, that's not new. They've just painted it, I guess, for... Mm-hmm. I wouldn't surprise me if it was included in the box set to bulk it out. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they went, oh yeah, and you get this as well. Because maybe it borrows some other bits from that range and all the rest of it. In fact, when I look at the main furnace thing, I think it's actually got part of the Sector Mechanicus terrain on it, which is the one of the grills that comes out at the end of the power pack thing, has like this extended almost antenna type thing on it, and it's sort of anyway. Yeah, that's just a piece of Sector Mechanicus terrain painted to look like Death Guard.
All right, yeah. Yeah, look, they look interesting. I see what you mean about them being a bit AOS. Maybe they're designed to sort of not be too futuristic, so they could be used in Age of Sigmar as well.
I mean, you could definitely see them being used in Age of Sigmar. I mean, it's a generic enough piece of terrain that it definitely could work in both systems. That's for sure.
For sure, yeah, and that's maybe what they're going for. I mean, they've always tried to sort of push individual, faction-specific terrain in 40k. It sort of seems like it's worked more in Age of Sigmar, but maybe we'll see a bit more. Maybe that's what everyone will get with their supplements this year: a faction-specific bit of kit.
Well, indeed. I mean, they have been doing the old terrain pieces over the course of the last couple of releases. The Elder got the Webway portal. The GSC got their drill. Chaos Space Marines got their summoning star circle thing.
Stargate, yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. But when it comes to the actual character with his Terminator armor and his... I forget what that weapon's called. It's something like a... It's like a belcher or something. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's essentially like a big horrible flamer that spews out, molten horror, I suppose is what it probably does. But what's your thoughts and feelings on this Terminator captain character fella, Phil?
I guess it's okay. It's not for me personally. I do like some of the Death Guard stuff, but I do find the range on the whole is a bit over the top and a little bit cartoony in terms of all the horns and spikes and stuff. And Death Guard looks better when it's slightly more pared down. So some of it looks odd, like he's got this weird fleshy stomach hanging out, which doesn't really fit the rest of the model. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not a huge fan of it.
Yeah,
what about you?
I'm afraid I have to echo that sentiment. I think the silhouette of this miniature is all over the place. I mean, it's a horrible mess of stuff, and there's no like really standout element of this miniature that you can focus on and think, yeah, that's cool, or oh, I love that about this miniature. It's just everything from the silhouette to the individual pieces of design. He's got this sort of strange like cape made of like weird like hose pipes or whatever, like draining out from him, or like sucking stuff up from the floor or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
They're a bit odd. I think it's meant to look a bit like a cape or a skirt or something. I'm not sure. I have to say, I like the Power Fist. That's pretty cool.
I mean, elements of the Power Fist are alright. I don't like the fact that it's sort of open with then some weird putrid stuff dripping off of it, because it just doesn't really kind of fit anything. He just looks a little bit lackadaisical. I mean, like literally, you could replace that gun of his with a Hoover, and he just looked like he's going around, cleaning up, as it were. And all the weird like extra bits of like chimney on his back are just really boring, and it just makes everything really messy. And this is the thing, right? In my opinion, one of my top 5 miniatures in all of 40k at the moment is Typhus. So Typhus is the Death Guard herald of the Plague God, I think is what he's called. And I mean, to me, Typhus is pretty much perfect. The silhouette, the extra details, the bellowing swarm of flies that's coming out of his back. I mean, he's covered in details and he's covered in stuff, but he's so iconic in his appearance. Even the fact that he's got like a nurgling hanging off the side of him doesn't massively offend me. I just find everything about Typhus is utterly, utterly brilliant. And that's always going to be my point of comparison when I look at Death Guard miniatures. And even then, like, some of the other Death Guard stuff, like even down to the standard Plague Marine squad, the Death Shroud Terminators,
really like. Is it the Blight Lord Terminators?
Yeah, the Blight Lord Terminators are
gorgeous. I absolutely love. And it's like, I remember when they appeared in the Warhammer Conquest magazines for like, what was it, $7.99 or $8.99? And I was like, I'm picking them up. I don't really need them, but they're just cool models, so I'm going to get them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there are so many utterly brilliant Death Guard miniatures. Oh, and obviously, you can't forget about Mortarion as well. I mean, he is just an utterly phenomenal miniature. So when you're essentially establishing that as your baseline in terms of what Death Guard has looked like up to this point, this guy just doesn't come close. He's just he's very, very, very dull. And again, it sort of feels like they just threw a load of Death Guard details on a Terminator without really thinking about it. I mean, probably the thing that offends me most about this miniature is the weird arrow that he's got on his left shoulder pad. Or is it his right shoulder pad? No, it'd be his left shoulder pad for no reason at all. I mean, what's all that extra detail about, Phil?
Hard to say. It does look like a kind of shoulder guard of some kind. It's weird. yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes from photos because they're obviously 2D photos, but they're a 3D model meant to be seen on the tabletop. So I think sometimes when you see the 3D rotations or you see it in person, quite often I do change my mind about models that I didn't necessarily like from the first photo. This may be one of them, but again, like I said, you can't see quite what that thing is. But then if you saw it from the side, you might go, oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense now. Whereas from this angle, we can't quite tell what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks odd. Again, I think some of the problems with the Chaos Rangers are very cluttered models, and they've just got loads of stuff on them. And again, that makes the silhouette not very clear cut.
I mean,
if you'd removed just that in itself, it would give him a bit more of a classic Terminator silhouette, so therefore probably would look a bit better.
he's also massive as well, Phil. You got to be aware of that. So if you actually look at him in the visual, his base is bigger than the Terminator bases that are beside him. So he is a big boy. He's got to be on.
He's Blight Lord's Terminator size because he's the same size as the. Oh no, he's even bigger than the one next to him. Yeah, I see what you mean. Big boy.
He's a big boy, if nothing else. He's Marnius Calgar size, because Marnius Calgar comes on a 50 mil base or whatever it is, somewhere between, like full-blown monster and whatever. But yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's always a pain when you have to be negative about sculpts, because at the end of the day, we know that someone out there will be really excited about this and wanting to add this to their collection. And if that's you, fair play to you. But I doubt me or Phil will be rushing out to get this guy and add him to our collection. You know what he needed, Phil? You know what this guy needed?
What's that? He
needed a sexy Nurgling to sort of really take him over the edge, because that's one of the weirdest things about him. And again, that was something I suppose I may as well bring up now because I'm sort of on the topic. We'd had a habit of a lot of the Death Guard characters coming with Nurgling, companions, as it were. And for whatever reason, this guy doesn't have a Nurgling companion, so yeah.
I know. The hot black market trade in Nurglings is going to be disappointed that there's not a new one.
Well, exactly. I mean, because that's the thing. If you had put like a Nurgling to rival, what was he called? Fabulous Nurgling, or whatever it was, the one with the helmet.
Yes.
Yeah, if you had given him a Nurgling to compete with that, or maybe the dancing one that comes with the old plague piper fella, maybe we could have been in business. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just a little bit of a letdown there. But there you go. Anyway, so that was that. Now let's get on to the bulk of it. Let's whinge about the Imperial Armour Compendium and how it's probably not going to actually do any favours for the Death Corps of Krieg long term. Or maybe you've changed the tune, Phil. What do you feel about this compendium?
Are we getting a transitional noise, or are we going straight into it?
We're going straight into it, mate. This is all the closing segment. We're wrapping it up as the last bits of the thing.
Well, I'm because it's funny when they announced this. I got loads of text messages and Instagram messages from people going, "You must be really happy that this is coming out," and I was like, "Well, yeah, sort of." I mean, I feel a tiny bit jaded because let's think about it. For the entire edition of 8th edition, we had an index, and there were no updates.
By we, he means Death Corps of Krieg, just so as everyone's aware of what he's talking about.
Or no, I would say the Forge World hobbyists in general. There's a lot of, Space Marine players out there that, they sort of got updates because their points got adjusted a bit more often because normally they were too good. Guardsman ones were sort of left alone and didn't really change, and they didn't really bother updating any of the stats or rules.
Custodes didn't even get an index, mate. They got like a lovely, regularly updated data sheet thing that they.
They got a free PDF basically.
They did, yeah. They did all right out of it. The Custodes,
and that was apparently that was the first one written by the Games Workshop team as opposed to the Forge World team, because I think that was in the transition period when Games Workshop was taking it over to do all the rules writing. So if this had come out like a year ago, I would be over the moon and be like, "Oh, this is brilliant! This is like a nice little update, just what everyone wants." But I think having sort of mulled over what I would like for the rules to be, I've sort of come up with a few different scenarios of how Krieg rules in particular, but potentially others as well, because, you know, you've got your Red Scorpions, you've got your Minotaurs, you did have Elysians, but they are now no longer, and you did have Renegades and Heretics, which were Traitor Guardsmen, so you sort of, and then again they got discontinued as well, so they're not really relevant, but predominantly Krieg are they're the single biggest Forge World faction that exists with its own kind of subset of rules. And so I was thinking, you know, the grade A thing that you would want is I would either want a campaign book, a bit like the old Forge World ones, that has, you know, Vigilus style, bit of story, bit of lore, bit of artwork, as well as all the rules. Like, that would be really amazing if they did that. That'd be very cool. They could have done a supplement for the Astra Militarum Codex, and the same way you've now got, you know, Deathwatch Blood Angel supplements coming for the Space Marine Codex. They could have done that. So they've gone, all your rules, all your army relies on the Astra Militarum Codex, plus you're a supplement, so you get all these extra stuff. They could have done that. They could have done it a bit like Death Guard, where they've gone, it's just a codex. Here's all your stuff. Here's your lore. Here's your artwork. Here's all your cool rules. Here's your stratagems, relics, all this cool stuff. Like, that would be really good. What they've gone for here is effectively the bare minimum, where they've gone, here's some data sheets. We've updated the rules. Presumably, because they would have said otherwise, there's no stratagems, there's no relics specific for the Krieg, and all you're getting, effectively, this is basically a 9th edition index, which is cool in and of itself, that you've now got updated rules. Like, that's really good. But my worry is like, how forward compatible are these rules with the new codexes? Because obviously these rules, well, I mean, they might not have been written before the codexes were, but it's coming out before the Astra Militarum Codex. And currently, the current rules don't really gel very well with the current codex. So my worry is that this will come out, it's got some cool rules, and then the Astra Militarum Codex will come out in, say, 6 months' time. And those rules could even be way better, because there's a bit of, you know, power creep going in. But it could just be that there's no compatibility. So it could be there's a bunch of stratagems in the new codex that are not, you know, you can't use them on any of the Krieg units because they have different keywords and different, you know, like the datasheet titles. So and that's currently one of the main problems with the current codex is, you know, it says target, you know, and Astra Militarum Infantry, you know, and that's the name of the datasheets. But the Death Corps of Krieg one is Death Corps of Krieg Infantry. So it's like, well, technically I can't use this stratagem on this unit because the datasheet's a different name or the keyword's slightly different. So, yeah, that's sort of where my head is at overall.
I mean, do you not think for a moment, Phil, that this could be a stopgap solution for GW? Do you feel like... Because I feel like for them, and I imagine, if I could for a moment, the business logic behind a lot of these decisions. I think, obviously, as a business, Games Workshop historically has not done a great deal to support the Forge World aspect of their business. Forge World has been this self-sustained, separate entity that, even though it's owned by Games Workshop, is essentially completely separate for whatever crazy series of reasons that made sense to them. And I think, as we were seeing in the past, a lot of the time decisions were being taken by Games Workshop, not really considering what the implications were for Forge World. And what that led Forge World to do was to obviously create its own game system in the form of Horus Heresy, heavily based off of 7th edition 40k, but nonetheless developed into their own system, and then equally also look at specialist games and other things where they could control their own narrative. But obviously once 8th edition came around, Heresy really didn't perform to the same level that it did before, and the team probably at Forge World were probably seeing reduced sales, and they were probably saying to themselves, wow, we're not doing nearly as much business now that people aren't playing that much Horus Heresy. And then I figured at that point, that's probably where some of these decisions have come into effect. And ultimately, Forge World is somewhat banging at the door of Games Workshop going, we've got all this stuff that we do for 40k, and because you guys aren't supporting it, we're seeing really negative results. And I imagine, like, a great litmus test, a great case study for this would have been those custody rules. Because I don't know about you, Phil, but as soon as those custody rules came out, I saw a lot more Forge World tanks across the table from me.
So many. Yeah, I think you're totally right. And it's like, so things like Elysians and Traitor Guard got discontinued. And it's like, well, if you had given them better rules during 8th edition, more people would be buying these models. Obviously, as a factor of price. But I think you would encourage more people to buy them with better rules. And there's an awful lot of really cool 40k Forge World tanks, like for the Guard range alone, they've got tons. And I sort of know for a fact that the sales aren't very good on a lot of them. And even people within Forge World would be like, well, if we wrote better rules, you'd get better sales. And it's so just update the rules, and for whatever reason they just haven't. So you're right, this might be a stopgap, which would be very cool if it was, and that then they go, this is to get you out the door. Like I said, it is an index, but actually this time we're then gonna give you more stuff down the line. If they then go 6 months or a year down the line, here's a National Military Arm Codex but also a Krieg supplement, oh my god, that would be like the dream, basically.
Yeah. I suppose the issue is, though, isn't it? It's the age-old communication issue of, obviously Games Workshop want to sell you this now, so they're not going to tell you if they've got a Krieg supplement in production. They're just not. And that's the thing that's sort of irritating in a way, because I still think that Krieg players, the Forge World players, like your Red Scorpions, your Minotaurs, your whatever other faction you can think of that's, in there. I mean, I've got loads of Forge World units, Contemptor Dreadnoughts, Leviathan Dreadnoughts, Elder Hornets, the Nightwings. I've got all these, I've got loads of the Shadow Spectre Aspect Warriors as well. These are all units that I really love visually, and I've used quite a lot during the course of my time with 40k, which is a very long time. But I didn't use that much in 8th edition other than the Hornets, because there was a funny little -4 to hit nonsense you could get away with Hornets, but back in 8th edition. But yeah, like, that's the thing. I just think, for me, I would gladly buy this supplement to use the army or use my units for the relative short term, and really obviously hope that down the line these were going to be better supported with other updates. And for a lot of armies, I suppose, as well, like Craftworld Elder, Tau, Orcs, and so on, this is all we really need, because it's all we really need. But for people like your Red Scorpions, your Minotaurs, and obviously the Death Corps of Krieg, there is definitely more that can be done. And I would love to see Games Workshop do that this time around. But
yeah, especially since they've got all these kind of cool... Well, they used to have these big campaign books. There's loads of cool lore that you kind of... I know a lot of people don't care about that sort of thing. But yeah, it's like there's loads of cool stories. There's used to be loads of cool artwork. And it's like and it's a bit of a shame that hasn't been preserved and is effectively being lost because they're just giving you the data sheets. So it would be nice if they go, okay, this is... Because if you think about it, they've had control of Forge World for like 2 years now. So that sort of makes sense that maybe this was the first thing they worked on, get it out the door, and then with Ninth they go, okay, how are we going to integrate this more closely into the main GW rule sets and range. So, you know, my fears might be wrong, and that, you know, future codexes are much more compatible. Stratagems can work much more sort of freely, sort of between the range. So who knows? How do you feel about the fact that it's one big book with, like, I think they said 192 or something data sheets? Would you have rather of them be like the indexes where they're split down into smaller books? So if you, for example, just collect Space Marines, you could have bought just your Space Marine Forge World Compendium.
I mean, Phil, you're talking to the wrong guy, and you know you're talking to the wrong guy when you ask this question.
Well, yes.
Because I already owned all of the Forge World indexes from 8th edition, and I only was needing the Space Marines and the Elder, because that's the only stuff I have Forge World stuff for. Oh no, and Custodes now, so I have Custodes as well, but they didn't have an index. So for me, it doesn't really matter, because I was going to buy it regardless. But yeah, look, I mean, you know, I think what's interesting about it is it's always good to have a artifact, a tome that gives you all the insight and gives you all the options. And I'm definitely cool with that, and the fact that I'm going to get all those options is really great. And it might open my eyes up to things. I might look at it and go, oh, wicked, these these Tau stealth suit thingamabibs are utterly incredible. I need some of these, or, you know, whatever it may be. It's just nice to have all the rules available. And yeah, but I do understand. I think for obviously a lot of people, it would be much nicer if they were able just to get what they wanted for the specific thing that they wanted it for. But obviously, that's not how it's going to get played on this occasion. But yeah, I mean, at this moment in time, Phil, I own a Custodes army, which I've got some Forge World units in. I own several Space Marine armies with several different Forge World units in them, from Xiphons to Sakarans to Leviathans to Derrideos, Contemptors. I've got a lot of Forge World stuff for my Space Marine collection. I've also got lots of Forge World stuff for my Elder collection. I've also got a Tau army that is being worked on at the moment as well. So Joe's painting that up for me. So maybe I'll want to add some Forge World stuff to that. Yeah, I think really the only sort of stuff in there that I'm going to be like, it doesn't really bother me that much is the Tyranids and the Orcs.
And the Guard.
And the Guard. Although I'm always tempted. I have to say it out loud again. I'm always tempted by playing Guard. Every time I see you play Guard, I'm always like...
How much fun I'm having when I'm losing, you mean?
Well, the thing is I watch you lose with them, and I go, I reckon I could win in this same scenario. But... Because I look at it and I go... Because the thing I like about the Guard is I feel like the Guard are really great for really tactically minded players. Because you can do a lot of shenanigans with them to make up for their their frailties. But they are a hard army to play. But that's sort of what I like the idea of. I like a hard army to play because it's rewarding to win with an army that isn't supposed to win, you know?
That's true.
But
so you're the wrong person because you'd happily own all of them. So
yeah. How about you though, Phil? Where's your head at it?
It does make sense, and you know I've got some Marine Contemptors, so potentially owning just one book makes more sense. But then I do think about it from a practical point of view. Go, if I'm gaming, I'm going to lug around a hardback codex that's got 190.
Come on, Phil! You just put your little code combination into the Warhammer 40,000 app, and then bam, it's there for you.
Well, once I get a phone that can actually run the app, that will be perfectly fine. But until
it's not
then,
Games Workshop's fault they haven't optimized for your ancient technology.
No, I know. Yeah. So what's interesting, another point is, so there's 191 data sheets in there. If I remember rightly from the Astra Militarum Renegade index, that had well over 100. So I think what we're going to see is a lot of stuff get discontinued.
Yeah, the Elysians for one.
Well, yeah, Elysians, Renegades are the two big losers, basically. But I think, and there's a lot of, in 8th edition, there was a lot of cool Guard tanks and units that have been discontinued for a long time, like the Destroyer Tank Hunter, like, what was it, like the Salamander Scout Tank and the Griffin Mortar. You know, there's loads of these cool old-style tanks that they had rules for, but again weren't very good. So it's not quite like it was a last hurrah. So they just obviously won't be in this because
Do you think they're gonna release? Do you think they're going to release Legends rules for those?
Well, this is what I was going to say. Like, I sort of feel like they should.
I agree.
Because there's a lot of fans that love those units, and it's like if we got to play them in 8th edition with decent rules, I would be like, I don't really care too much. But the fact that we got rules for them, but no one played them because the rules were so bad, it just makes me go, come on, give us a Legends book. And I'd happily buy that, or if it's a free download or whatever, that'd be cool. But they've sort of said everything that gets discontinued should go to Legends, so it should in theory get a rule sheet. But there's going to be a lot, and I don't know if they have the effort or inclination to put that much time and effort trying to sort of pseudo balance a bunch of stuff for models that they don't sell anymore.
Yeah, but they don't need to balance it if it's going Legends, because you don't use Legends in competitive play, and then it's just rules for you and your mates. And by the same token, you can just reference whatever was in, the Forge World Index from 8th edition, take those rules and then sort of adapt them appropriately for 9th edition and agree a relative points cost based on a logical argument. I mean, if you turned up to a game and your Colossal Bombard no longer had 9th edition rules, and you said, look, I'm going to use it as a Basilisk, but clearly it's better than a Basilisk, so I'm going to reduce the range but increase the damage or something, I mean, like, yeah, that's totally fine, mate. How much points is a Basilisk? Oh, it's that. Okay, cool. Sounds about right, I guess, if you're going to, come to this kind of conclusion. If you turned around to me and said, oh, and then I'm going to make it a tank case, I'd be like, wait, no, that's a bridge too far. But that's the difference between friendly games of 40k and, matched play 40k. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, I genuinely think they should do Legends versions for anything they remove from Forge World. Did they do Legends for Elysians?
Well, no. So this is, again, another interesting fact. So a lot of speculation when the chapter approved came out and they gave points costs for stuff. Obviously, Elysians didn't get any points. Neither did Traitor, Guardsman, and some of the, kind of stuff that you suspect would go into Legends. But in chapter approved, they didn't say anything. So in terms of Legends,
Phil, in the Legends PDFs, they have the points there, and that's where they're going to sit forever.
But they've not done it for any of the 9th edition stuff. So I guess when this comes out, maybe that's when they go, here's all the Legends PDF updates. Here's all these stuff. So maybe they do it there. So out of the Krieg stuff, the only thing that didn't get points was the Commissar on Horseback, which was an old Warhammer World or Event Day exclusive mini. So that's clearly going to go to Legends or just be discontinued. The Gorgon weirdly didn't get points, but I think that was just because at the time when that book was written, it was still out of production.
That
and
book
then
was
came to
written,
production.
Written, Phil?
Written.
I was going to say, what did they just came across it? They just were like,
they caught it. They tamed the wild book and they broke it in and they rode it around like a wild stallion, and then they could bring it out to pasture for everyone else to.
Yeah, that's it.
Read, yes. So I think the Gorgon, even though it doesn't currently have points, that was just a bit of an oversight, and will get points when this book comes out. I mean, it might not even be in this book, but it'll get a PDF, I reckon, if it's not in this. It'll be interesting to see what they do, because obviously Elysians is a massive range, and a lot of people, Richard, Mr. Quizmaster himself, he has a huge Elysian army, so it'd be a shame for those people that they don't even just get Legends rules for them. I think it would be a real shame if they don't do anything with them. Yeah,
it will be, mate. But then it wouldn't be a surprise, right? I mean...
No, I mean... My go on.
No, please.
I was going to say, my expectations at this point are rock bottom for what is not only in this book, but for how they're going to support Forge World going forwards, because how they've supported them over the last 2-3 years has been like minimal, and this is the minimum effort book that they could produce to keep Forge World 40k units still playable. So if they do anything else with this going forwards, and they do more things for them, brilliant. If they don't, well, you know, this is better than nothing, but this is the very least that they could do and that I would expect them to do.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose the thing that's interesting is that, and you pose an interesting point there, which is this is the least amount of effort they could have put in. But then I personally look at it and think to myself, maybe this is a statement of intent for them to future and further support the Forge World Rangers. That being said, as we've seen with Forge World of late, there doesn't seem to be a huge appetite from Forge World to be coming up with new Warhammer 40,000 stuff. It seems like when it comes to Forge World and Warhammer 40,000, Forge World put out a Warhammer 40,000 thing a year. So, you know, the Tau got their massive, you know, guy maybe 4 years ago. The Necrons got their, you know, spider walkery thingy a couple years ago. And then, other than that, and then obviously
there's
Space
the
Marines.
super heavy Space Marine one, the Asterus, I think it's called.
Yeah, so Space Marines got their thing a few years ago, but then bar that, we've not really seen any big 40k specific releases from Forge World, which is interesting, right? I mean, a lot of the stuff that comes out of Forge World is Horus Heresy stuff that 40k gamers want to make or use in 40k. But bar that, very few people are, or rather Forge World is very rarely releasing something that's specific for 40k. And who knows if long term they're just not going to bother.
I think you're right. I think their heyday because their original sort of mission statement for Forge World was, we're going to make cool, maybe narrative driven, but kind of cool, interesting units that people probably want to see but maybe don't want to expect. Like, that was their thing. Their thing was 40k cool units. And there was a brilliant sort of period where that's what they did. Like Astra Militarum, especially, as well as Space Marines, got tons of cool new stuff.
Yeah.
And that was brilliant. And then that sort of dwindled, and a lot of those Rangers have now been discontinued. Just in terms of like old models, some stuff survived, some, I think they've got no appetite to do 40k stuff now, because they've shifted over to being specialist games and like Horus Heresy. Like, they're two big winners. Like, they do Horus Heresy, which is probably what most of the designers work on, as well as they've got, you know, Blood Bowl Necromunda, Aeronautica, and is there something else I'm missing, or was that all?
The Lord of the Rings, or Middle
Oh
Earth.
yeah, Lord of the Rings, and Hobbit sort of thing. And down the line they're also going to be doing the Old World as well. So I think their focus isn't on 40k. I kind of wish it was, even if it was just updating and bringing back some of the old models and kits. That would be fantastic. It's a bit of a shame. And there's a lot of like really essential Krieg units that just don't you can't get anymore, like the Grenadiers. Like, they're literally a troops choice. They're kind of elites, they're vets, but they are troops. And they've not been available for probably going on 5 years now. I was lucky that when I first started out the army, I got like 2 units of them. And pretty much soon afterwards, they've been discontinued and have ever since. I'm kind of glad I got them when I could. But it'd be nice to always get more if they were to ever make them. And it's like, it's that thing, like I said, about communication. It's like, they don't tell you to say, this has been discontinued and we're never going to make it again. They don't say, don't worry guys, we plan to work on it. I mean, that's probably what they do say. They go, we want to fix the molds or the masters at some point, but we don't know when. We're not going to tell you. There's no timeline. I would sort of much rather they go, actually, here's all the cool things we're going to bring back. Or just give us some details about what they're doing with old Rangers or what they're going to support and then what they're going to discontinue. There was a couple of years ago, especially, and they still do it every year, they kind of have a bit of a cull and they go, okay, this stuff doesn't sell very well, we're going to discontinue it. And pretty much goes on to last chance to buy immediately and then gets sold out within, minutes in some aspects, like this year, the stuff that they put on sale. Whereas when they discontinued Elysians and Traitor Guardsmen, they at least said, oh, actually, this is quite popular because so many people wanted to buy kits to complete their army, or people who were always like, oh, I want to get them one day but never got around to it, which I think is the problem with a lot of Forge World stuff getting discontinued. Everyone wants to own an Elysian army, but no one actually goes and buys one. So they were really surprised when they did get discontinued, and there was such a demand for those kits, to the fact that they actually had to repair the old molds, it seemed, just to cope with the demand for all the orders that they had actually got. But yeah, it'd be nice if they just clarify, what's going to stay and what's going to go. But then it's the same with Games Workshop. Games Workshop, even they discontinue stuff.
Yeah. So if I could just sort of change pace just a little bit in terms of our general thoughts and feelings on the broad Forge World issues, what do we think the impact of this book could be? Because I wanted to sort of talk about what we felt like could potentially happen to the game if, for example, Games Workshop has, for the first time since 7th edition, or rather, Games Workshop as of since 7th edition, have actually evaluated these units, given them interesting and usable, powerful rules, but pointed them effectively to the point that you could start to see the return of some Forge World units. Because what we heavily speculated throughout 8th edition was that there was a number of Forge World units that were pointed out of play for no other reason than Games Workshop being unable to affect any meaningful balance to these units. Do we suspect that Games Workshop are going to publish some severe points drops on major Forge World units? And what do you feel like the impact will be on the game if all of a sudden, to use an Elder example, the Revenant Titan started coming back, quite, amply? I don't know what words I was looking for there. But the point is, what do you think that's going to do to the game if that stuff starts turning up in bigger numbers?
Well, it's weird because Chapter Approved had points adjustments for all the Forge World stuff. And the speculation there is, did they just do that as a very weird interim, which they clearly have done because those points have since been different from what we know the new Space Marine Codex is going to be, based on, I believe, the instruction manuals. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that there are differences. So in this compendium, are there going to be points with it, or were the Chapter Approved points going to match up to be what's in this compendium? That's the thing. Regardless, I don't care so long as the points are balanced. That's the main thing. There are, like you said, things like the Titans, even the smaller ones like the Warhound, I think clocks in at 1,000 points, or maybe even 2,000 points. Most of them are effectively unplayable at a normal game, and maybe that's the point. I kind of like the idea that someone could go, I'm going to take a Titan and that's my army. That's fair enough. If they go, I'm taking a Titan plus 1,000 points of infantry in a 2,000 point match, I might be like, wait, what? Because you want them to be powerful. You don't want them to be so cheap that they're just not very good, because they're trying to keep the points costs down deliberately so they're playable. Ultimately, some of the big things like the Titans are meant to be more apocalypse size, or the 2,000 to 3,000 point range battles that not really anyone plays, but you can do it if you want. And if you're going to be playing with those big toys, that's the sort of points you probably should be playing your games at.
I suppose, though, again, if you looked at, say, the Warhound or the Revenant for the the Elder. These Titans aren't dramatically bigger than Imperial Knights. Like, the Revenant Titan stands just a little taller than a Wraith Knight. So
Yeah.
that was always the thing that was sort of interesting to me, is that it always struck me that they had just sort of gone, just make them this many points so as no one uses them, because we just don't want to have to deal with them.
Yeah.
And I feel like that was a very strange but ultimately very deliberate decision by Games Workshop, just to get rid of them, because that way they can kind of just be like, well, that's a problem for another day. And I feel like with this book, potentially that day has come, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to start to explore the Forge World range and start to actually put some interesting units back into our armies, specifically as Xenos players, because those Titans are really iconic, units for Craftworld players. There's a lot of people out there who are really diehard, Craftworld gamers who have had these things in their collections for years, and unfortunately haven't been able to, dust them off and use them in a long time. And I feel like those, to me, feel like they should be an option again, alongside some of the other, bigger units that you get for, even like the Tau Empire. I'm not suggesting that they should be able to be taking their insane, what was it called again? The Manta, or whatever it was. I'm not suggesting.
But Manta Ray? Yeah.
No, I think Manta Ray was the 80s
Actual
toy, which looked incredibly similar. But no, I mean, you see them use a lot of the Supremacy armor. Like, the Supremacy armor was always relatively well represented in competitive play, or in 2,000-point games, because I think that was pointed up at like 1,200 points or something, but it was covered in guns and was worth every penny, as they say. But then, bar that, there's a lot of other big things. I mean, the Squiggoth was, relatively around. I mean, I
still see that in tournaments from time to time.
Yeah, the Squiggoth did all right, but there were some that just really didn't do very well. And I feel like, basically, I'm just interested to see what happens to the game if certain Forge World units come back into force.
I've got a Grot Tank army in the Forge World bags, waiting in the wings for me to make as a fun-friendly doubles list at some point. So I'm sort of anticipating that they get half-decent rules, that I can make that Lowell's army a thing probably next year. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of love that Xenos could get out of it, and as you say, all the armies can benefit from having a bit of injection of life in. And like I said, it's like this is a quick update for every single army, because there is something for everyone, but obviously not everyone wants to buy Forge World. So I appreciate that might be the case for a lot of people, but hopefully the rules will be good and not to the point where they're kind of broken. I mean, I think Contemptors at the moment are kind of in an okay place. I think Leviathans are still seen as, the big bad, in terms of they're really good for what they do.
Yeah, with good reason, and they are the big bad. They are very, very strong.
And it's like, maybe they're meant to be, but then maybe they're slightly undercosted for how good they are. But who knows? It'd be interesting to see what they do with those ones, because they've basically been a contender all through 8th edition, even though they've constantly upped the points on Forge World stuff. But a lot of Space Marine stuff, I don't know if because it gets a bit of a pass because they always sell well, or just because no matter what they do, they're still good, because the stratagems that can still be applied to them sort of are the things that make them broken, not the rules itself, if that makes sense. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. It'll be interesting to see how future-proof they are. Will things like core units as a keyword be on these units? Hopefully guardsmen, I guess, if they need it. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be. I'm keen to get hold of it, just to see what's in it, to see what isn't in it, and to see if it's obvious how much compatibility it will have with future codexes, which I guess will be a bit hard to tell just from the data sheet. But Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's in it, for sure.
And then last bit of mad tin hat speculation, or tin gas mask in this instance. What will this new regimental doctrine be, Phil?
Ooh, well, do you know what? Originally when 8th edition came out, I was quite dismissive of the Krieg regimental doctrine because I was like, that's a bit rubbish. Like, the Krieg guardsmen are designed to get into combat, and they're kind of designed to be good in combat because they've got an extra weapon skill, right? So weapon skill of 3 up rather than 4. Mm-hmm. So they're meant to be good in combat, but then they fail their morale in combat and can run away or die quite easily. And I was always like, well, that's not very good. It only works in the shooting phase. I imagine it will be something like that again, but because it basically, before, it wasn't an official regimental doctrine. It was just an army-wide ability that they had because it was written before regimental doctrines were a thing. Mm-hmm. So then you had some weird incompatibilities when the Codex came out, and had to FAQ it to say, no, you can't take a regimental doctrine in addition to the Krieg rule, because that's just stupid, obviously. But some people were trying to do it. But the downside is it meant you didn't get every regimental doctrine has a tank ability and an infantryman ability in its current iteration. Who knows what it would be like going forwards, but let's assume it's the same. So what they might do is take the 2 rules that they've currently got, so you don't suffer casualties from morale in the shooting phase. That might still be a thing. I kind of wish it would be better, though, because it's kind of useful, but morale isn't as devastating now. Yeah, you might lose 1 or 2 guys, but that's about it. You're not losing a whole squad. So maybe they buff that to say combat and shooting. So, you'll still suffer from psychic, for example. Maybe that's just not good at all. So who knows? They might then go, okay, we'll give them a tank ability. And their current pseudo tank ability is if you're attacked with a strength 4 or less weapon, you get +1 to your save. And in 8th edition, that was really rubbish because no one ever shot at your tanks with a strength 4 or less weapon, or very rarely anyway. Mm. And they might just go, you can get that, but now it's for all your tanks, which is cool because at least it works on them, on everything. Because before it was pretty much Lehman Russ Mars Alpha tanks and your Storm Chimera if you upgraded it with the extra armor. And now with the rules that you can kind of get stuck into combat, I think that's actually pretty good because there's a lot of stuff in combat that just has strength 4 weapon. So I wouldn't mind if that's what it was. If it was just a flat +1 to all their saves, that would probably be too good, I would say.
Yeah.
What do you think it would be?
So my expectation is they're going to keep the leadership situation the same. I don't think they're going to change it in the way that you've illustrated. I think they'll keep it the same, but I think they will add charge bonuses as well. So I think they'll double it up. They'll go, you don't suffer leadership for being shot, but you also get +1 attack on a charge, would be my estimation. Because the idea is... Nice. Well, my idea is, in terms of how the Krieg come across to me, is they are running headlong into battle. They don't care about whoever dies along the way. And when they get there, they're expecting to do as much damage as possible before they themselves are killed. So yeah. I like the idea of the kind of zealotry of them charging forwards, not caring about who's dying beside them. But when they do get in, they're really, really up for it. So they get an extra attack.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind it if they maybe said it was something like it was less to do with the leadership and more to do with the combat attrition. A bit like the old commissar rule where you can only take 1 as a casualty.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be too good.
No, I just like the idea of like they're just barreling down, running at the enemy, gonna that's they know they got the numbers, they know that they are much more efficient up close, and I think that's something that'd be good. And then the other thing I think they will do is I think their tank doctrine will be that their tanks never get their movement characteristic reduced, is my play for the Krieg. I think Krieg will always keep their movement stat at the top bracket, is what they'll give them.
That could be cool. Or an ability to, I don't know, like shoot at other tanks that are in combat. Because I
Oh,
think there is a rule for Vostrians that's a bit similar.
what, shoot
Something
out of
like
combat, you mean?
no, so oh well, that would be amazing. But Vostrians have one where I think maybe it's I can't remember if it's a stratagem or not. I don't think it is, but I think they've got an ability where you can target one, or maybe it is a stratagem. You can target one unit that is in combat and shoot them.
Because that would, I mean, imagine that actually, if that became a universal rule, that you could shoot at stuff that's in combat with your Krieg,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
but you had to roll to see if you hit. So if any miss, you then resolve mortal wounds on the squad that's in
Yeah, or
combat.
or for every roll of a 1 is a mortal wound on your guys instead. Like that would be worth it. I think that'd be like cool.
That would, and again, that would
Get stuck
be
in.
yeah, and that'd be well, very very characterful for how Krieg play. The reason I
For
felt
sure.
like doing the movement thing again kind of illustrated their gun ho kind of mentality. The fact that they're always kind of coming at you.
Yeah, the only reason why I think they might not do that is that kind of nullifies track guards, assuming
yeah, but
track
then-
guards are the same rule.
Yeah, but that's why that's why an ability like that is so great, because it immediately illustrates its value. Because track guards are what, 5 points, 10 points a tank.
I want to, yeah, maybe 5 could be 10. I can't quite remember.
Regardless of what it is, it's an amount.
That's a lot
right?
of points.
That's
if
a lot of
you
points that you're saving.
Put it over all your tanks.
And Elder have this with Ulfway. Ulfway is 6 up, feel no pain. But Spirit Stones are 6 up, feel no pain. But Spirit Stones are 10 points. But if you're Ulfway, you get it by default. So that always feels like a really valuable ability as a result, because you're going, cool, why would I buy Spirit Stones? I'll just be Ulfway.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's precedent with armies having that kind of ability, and I sort of feel like, because again, the whole idea of Krieg are sort of, used to, getting around in the mud, so to speak. They're used to being down in the dirt of it all. Why wouldn't
I
they?
sort of feel like there should really be free benefits, because there's lots of different ways of playing Krieg. So you have one that is lots of infantry, one that's like lots of artillery, and then one that's lots of tanks. And the two main types is siege, which is artillery, and assault, which is lots of tanks. So it's like you want a regimental doctrine that's going to buff your artillery, and it might be that's what they do instead of something specific to vehicles, unless of course they do something that buffs artillery and vehicles, which means it's going to be a shooting thing. So it might be, you can always, like the Katachan one, always roll 2 dice and pick the highest, for example. It'd be a bit of a shame if they do that, because that is the Katachan one, but maybe I could see that being quite thematic for Krieg as well. It'd be interesting. They've still got also, so in the index there are custom orders for Krieg, and it'll be interesting to see if they keep those, or if they go, actually we just get rid of all of them, or we give you, they might go, you use the Astra Militarum Codex ones, plus you get 1 extra, because that is how the standard codex works. Like Katachan or Cadians, for example, they all get basically one extra order, and some of them are tank orders, some of them are orders for infantry. So it'd be interesting to see if we get like the 6 unique ones for Krieg that we currently have, although some of them are kind of cross-pollinated, because we miss out on the 2 really good ones, which are reroll 1s to hit and first rank fire, second rank fire, and we get a couple of middling okay kind of close combat-y ones, or ones where we can turn all our guns into pistols, and you're like, they're okay, but you've literally made us lose the 2 best orders that are in the entire game. So it'd be interesting to see what they do with them, because they've only talked about the regimental trait. Hopefully they do like a preview at some point, and
I'm sure they will,
tease
Phil.
with some extra details. That'd be nice.
I'm sure they will, mate. And it's interesting. It's fun to speculate. I think there's a lot of cool stuff they could do with the Krieg to make them definitely more interesting. And if they do make it that essentially these are special units at Astra Militarum, and now all of these, we've fixed all of the problems with compatibility with the current codex. So now everything works from, Psychic Awakening to the original books, and then, that. But again, it would be great if Forge World and Games Workshop could come out and say, and by the way, Krieg fans, we're going to do you a supplement when the time is right as well. Just to kind of, really sell you on the fact that you're going to get some love out of them. Because I think that would be the right move for them to be transparent about that. Because I think that's certainly what your diehard fan base is calling out for, right? So they may as well just give it to you. I mean, unless they don't want to make money out of the hardcore Krieg fans, in which case.
Well, the thing is, it's like if they had come, I mean, and this is a general thing that they don't do. Like, they don't say this year these are the codexes we're going to produce in advance. Like, obviously, they're telling you now about supplements for Space Wolves and stuff, but that's a few months ahead, and that's about as far as they tease. And I think, there's a lot of benefit if they said, oh, this year, here's all the codexes we're going to produce. Because some people will be like, brilliant, this is my army, I'm going to buy, if they did that for Kriegsmen would, the Krieg players would probably go and buy more from Forge World than they ever would. They wouldn't go, well, actually, no, I'm going to wait until this final codex comes out before I buy stuff. They'd probably be like, oh, I'll just get a head start and I'll buy stuff. And if, for example, next year they go, we're going to produce, the Guards, the Orcs, and, the Chaos book. But obviously they're going to do probably all of them. But if they actually specifically told you, roughly, in 6 months' time, this is what will be out, will people be put off by that? Will people go, oh, that's not my army, bloody Games Workshop, I hate them? Well, I'm sure some people would, but I think a lot of people will be like, oh, brilliant. Or might even encourage people to be like, oh, yeah, my army isn't getting an update this year. I might park that army for a bit and I might collect one of these new ones. Brilliant. But at least you kind of know full well in advance what's going on. Like, that's kind of how computer games work, right? They tease a product, they tell you about it years in advance. People can get hyped for it.
Well, not always. Some people just turn around and tell you that something exists 6 weeks before it's coming out.
Well, true, yes.
And those are sometimes the most successful games.
Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe when there's no... I don't know what the best way... If they did it for Krieg, that'd be super cool, just to be like, don't worry, guys, we're still supporting you beyond this book, because I think they're the one army that needs to be supported beyond the book, because so many people are like, oh, cool, I want to get into Krieg, what do I read? Currently, it's like, well, you read nothing because you can't buy the old index and there's no book coming out. And then when the compendium comes out, it'd be cool, you can buy the book. And they'd be like, oh, cool, so where do I read up about them? And you go, like, a 40k Wikipedia that will probably be inaccurate because there's no in-publish, like, print books that have any stuff with it. Seems boggling that they won't do it, but I could see them not doing it because.
Indeed.
But who knows, right? Who knows? I'm optimistic. If they did it, that would be the best thing they could do.
Indeed.
And maybe they will. Maybe they'll surprise us. But
we can only hope. And on that note, I figure we're going to wrap up this segment. And that's enough. Dan and Phil speculate about a niche army that Phil loves segment.
No, I know, but, we'll keep the listeners happy. Quite often I get people say, oh, when are you going to do another Krieg episode?
Well, indeed. We had someone in the YouTube comments the other day saying they wanted Toke to come back on when they released
there
the
we go.
rules.
There we go.
Exactly. I wondered whether that was one of Toke's friends, I have to be honest with you. But regardless, I mean, obviously Toke's a lovely bloke. He has a lot of friends. So there it is. But there you go, guys. That was us talking about Forge World, codexes, and or a Death Guard miniature. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and now we're going to wrap up the show with our outro, and we're going to call it a night. So thanks very much, guys. Transitional noise. Woo! And that concludes it, everybody. The end of episode 59. I think it's been a pretty good episode. It's funny because, genuinely, towards the middle of last week before we recorded after the Codex reveal on the Sunday, we were worried that we weren't going to have very much to say. But look at all of this episode. My goodness. Games Workshop delivering the goods and giving us something to talk about, right, Phil?
Oh, exactly, because otherwise we'll have to come up with some original content, and that's far too much work.
It is far too much work. I just like commenting about things which is happening. Normally original content for us consists of things we're doing in the hobby outside of the things they're announcing. So going to the GTs or playing in a doubles tournament or going to some other event or something or other. But obviously
we did a good episode all about dice, didn't we, at one point?
I think it was that was a really funny one because it was literally, that was on the Joe show. Do you remember that?
It was the Joe show.
Yeah. Do you remember that horrible experiment where we tried to get Joe to be the presenter? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who listen to this show who probably think to themselves, I could probably do with a little less Dan some of the time. Like, maybe just tone him down a little bit. But we tried it. We tried it many, many times, and it doesn't really work. And I don't want to sort of blow my own trumpet, but it just sort of doesn't, does it?
Well, I mean, we haven't done a proper Phil show where I'm presenting.
Oh.
I'm just putting it out there, but I also don't really think I'd probably want to. I mean, we could always mix it up and go back to trying a sort of... Because I think early doors, didn't we take a segment each or something to start off with?
Yeah, early doors we did allow everyone to kind of like take a punt at introing the segments and all the rest of it, but then I feel like, if I remember correctly at the time, and maybe this is obviously my rose-tinted version of events to, justify the situation that is now the status quo, but I remember at the time you guys going, what do you want me to do? And then you were like, write an intro, yeah. What should I say? Oh, Dan, you just do it. It was usually the way the conversations went. It was just like, Dan, can you... I don't want to. Just you do it. You do it. You get it started. So, yeah, that's kind of where it came from. It seems to have been the relative natural order of things. But, Phil, if for episode 60 you want to take the reins, mate, you are absolutely my guest. You can...
Well, maybe we should do it for when the Krieg Forge World Compendium comes out. Maybe we do it for that.
Well,
But then maybe that will just be me talking to myself. So actually, maybe you need to intro that one. At some point, we'll do it.
We'll give it a try, mate. We'll give it a try. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not against it by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I like the fact that I've managed to weasel my way into being the kind of presenter character. Because it, obviously speaks to my massive ego. So that's always nice that I'm, able to kind of stroke that a little bit and feel special. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's just a delight to chat hobby with my mates. So, whoever does the introduction stuff, it's all good. The only thing is, and I will be honest about this, I am definitely a very real backseat presenter in these situations. So I will have to be fighting a lot of instincts to not want to start, taking over, I suppose.
If I remember rightly from the Christmas special quiz of the year, you were basically trying to do Richard's job at presenting half the time.
Well, it's because Rich didn't know what was going on half the time. He was so funny. Thing is with Rich is he's a very good presenter. He has a similar background to myself.
To be briefed properly, potentially.
Well, yeah, it was one of those things. Because I suppose the thing is because I present, edit, create all this stuff, right? So because I'm sort of like the creative hub of the content. Okay, fair enough. Obviously, you do the artwork and you do a fantastic job on that. But in terms of bringing it all together, I do that stuff. So when I was sort of doing the Christmas special, I was like, I had a vision of how all this stuff was supposed to be done, and I felt like I'd explained it perfectly to Rich. But every now and again, he'd sort of do something. I was like, why are you doing it like this? Just introduce this guy. So I can edit it. And he was just like, oh, yeah, sorry. And then it's just sort of, yeah. But, I'll tell you what, mate, on the topic of the Christmas special, and I know we've been teasing this or talking about this a number of times, me and my dad the other day had a really good chat about building the set for the new Christmas quiz 2020. So we've got some nice new designs that we're getting to work on. So we're building a really quite decent set design this time around. So we've taken inspiration from Shooting Stars. So we're building really cool looking desks that will, look much more quiz show. The only issue that we're coming up against at the moment is the logistics of where we're going to host the thing. Because obviously we're not going to be able to... Well, originally the plan was we were going to hire an actual studio. So I was talking to a white space studio in a city called Salisbury, of which many people will probably by now know that I have quite an affinity with, having been, having spent a lot of time there, to be fair. So there was an art centre in Salisbury, and I was talking to them, but obviously since COVID's come into effect, it's very difficult to hire those kind of artsy studio white spaces at the moment, unless, I don't know. It's just very complicated. So, yeah, it's looking at what options we have available to us and how we go about, filming it. So at the moment, we're talking to the guys at Entoyment. So Entoyment are a really great game store down in Poole. So we're talking to those guys about using their gaming hall as a studio, similar in a way to what we did last year with Triple Helix, except this will be a bit more open plan, so hopefully be a better space to work with, because working within Triple Helix was a lot of compromise. Or alternatively, I'm going to film it in a back garden somewhere, is the other option. Weather dependent, obviously, but that's the current options, basically.
Well, yes, I imagine that one, even in good weather, will be very cold.
Yeah, but again, I think it's sort of... the thing is, I was doing some test photography of the space, and I really like the visual of it as an outside space, because there's this really nice hedgerow that would sit behind, and I love the idea of dressing it with Christmas lights and getting it all Christmassy, and then having it all set up that way. So, the only issue is obviously, well, there's multiple issues: weather, audio, power, all this sort of stuff. I mean, 99% of them I've solved, except obviously for weather. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's quite a project getting something like that off the ground, but I just love doing it. And the thing is last year it was like this mad thing that I said to the guys, we're going to do a big fat quiz of the year. And I said it to them in I must have been June or something. I said to you guys, we're going to do it. And you were like, yeah, sure, Dan, if you want to, sort of probably assuming it'll never happen. And then I remember mid-November, I was like, right, I'm definitely doing it. And then it actually happened. So, yeah, I've got to continue in the tradition, right, Phil?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and it was a good highlights to end the year. It was a good excuse to all meet up. Sort of for a Christmas hurrah.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it was good fun. I hope we can do it this year as well. That'd be good.
Yeah, the key differences this year is we're going to do it in November rather than in December, because basically we recorded it on December 21st or December 22nd, I think it was, and then I basically had 2 days to edit everything together, and then upload it to YouTube for Christmas Day.
Which is pretty mad.
It was a total nightmare. I literally edited for 40 out of 48 hours or something. I worked it out as. It was mental, the amount of work that I had to do to get it done. And by the way, I actually went to work while doing it. That was the craziest thing. I worked an 8-hour shift and then just edited like every waking hour. I was up to 4 a.m. editing. It's just bananas. But
yeah, you kind of just put that deadline on yourself, because I remember going, no one's actually going to watch it on Christmas Day. You can release it a few days later. Don't rush. But you were like, nope, I said it's going to happen then, and you did it.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Well, the thing is, I mean, it got some good views for us, right? I mean, we don't normally. It's the most watched video we have on our YouTube channel by far.
Yeah, because we're not really a YouTube video medium, so the fact that we did actual video content kind of makes people go there rather than listen to the podcast on a podcast app, which I think is how people normally listen to us.
Oh yeah, totally. And that was really great to see, and obviously did really great stuff. We got a lot of people that clicked on it thinking it was actually the Big Fat Quiz of the Year, because we did such a good job of replicating their branding. So we got a lot of dislikes from people who like clicked on it going, "What is this? What?" Like, nah, dislike. And then obviously there were massive issues with audio quality, which I'm very confident I've come up with a very good solution to this time. So, yeah, I think it's going to be bigger and better. The only shame is that we can't film it. Well, we potentially will struggle to film it in a proper studio space. But if we can do it in Toyman, then that would be pretty cool. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, I actually really wanted to explore the opportunity of inviting people to watch it live. Like, that's something I was really keen on this year, but obviously that's not going to be a reality because yeah. But also I worry about...
Or even if we do it outdoors, I don't think people would be that keen to...
No. Well, if we do it outdoors, I'm not going to invite people to come watch it because of the way the editing process will be, because it'll be so absolutely horrible. So even if it's a clear day, it'll be really cold. So, you know, we're definitely going to be, like, filming a section of the quiz, then getting up and going into the warmth for 10 minutes and then going back out again type of deal, you know? That's going to be the way that's going to work. Because, yeah, I can't expect everyone to sit out there in the cold for an hour and a half, 2 hours, you know, continuously. It's just not cricket, right? But yeah, so we'll see how it goes, man. But yeah, I was really keen this year to offer it up as like an opportunity for people to come and watch it live and turn it into a whole like stage production thing, and actually make it something that was a bit of a visual spectacle. I'd started talking. You haven't heard this stuff before, Phil. I don't know why I sort of.
Oh, okay.
But I had actually started talking to the local, like, what are they called? The Salvation Army Orchestra people.
Ooh.
Because I was trying to get them to come and play the intro music live.
Oh.
I was like, how cool would that be to get them to turn up and do the intro music, but actually proper. And what I loved about...
I hope regardless that actually happens, because that would be pretty epic.
Well, yeah, the problem is, again, under the impact of COVID, I was like, I just can't ask people to do that kind of stuff. It's fine for the five of us recording it to get together at a social distance in a sensible situation, because, you know, we know each other's circumstances and we understand what we're doing. But yeah, the idea of having like this massive production where, you know, an orchestra, not an orchestra, but like a brass band.
Why don't you film them separately and they can all be socially distanced?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it came at a... They were up for... Well, anyway, it's conversations going on. I'll see where it goes from there. Because basically, anyway, I had a friend who was like a drummer in this brass band outfit. It was a whole weird series of things where I was like, hang on, I know a guy who... And anyway, but the point is I was looking into it. Because actually, bizarrely, I was also thinking for like copyright reasons, it might be good to get an actual original recorded version of some of the music we use.
Well, we're okay because we use, to go into technicalities, we use the we use the YouTube audio.
No, not our main music. That's not YouTube audio at all.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what isn't. The Christmas song we use, because we got copyright struck for that. Yeah.
Oh, right.
And that annoyed me because I pride myself on none of our content carrying advertising.
Yeah.
And our flipping Christmas Big Fat Quiz of the Year does, because of a copyright strike because of the Christmas music.
Oh, which is weird because obviously we don't have the ability to even have advertisement on our channel. So it's odd that it's even monetized anyway.
Well, it's because of the copyright strike stuff, as I say. It's like, I mean, again, it's weird. I assume people are being served advertising on that piece of content because I myself pay for YouTube Premium because I'm a lunatic, so I don't get the ads anyway. So I don't know, but I know it's been copyright struck for that music.
Yeah, interesting.
But anyway, yeah. So
I was going to say the other option, because you mentioned going back to it about doing it live. Is like, why don't you look at streaming it live as opposed to recording it live?
that will be an option dependent upon the implementation of it. In both instances, the main issue is in both instances is neither location really has the internet infrastructure to allow us to do it.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's an option. It's an option. I think for this one, for 2020, we'll just record it, do the best job we can, and put it out there. And then for 2021, maybe we'll go all bells and whistles. I mean, maybe by some completely lucky random happenstance. Because how many episodes have we got till the end of this year? So this one goes out on the 19th. So then we got one on the 3rd of October. So one on the 3rd of October. So episode 60 is 3rd of October. Episode 61 is the 17th of October. Episode 62, is the 31st of October. 33 is the 14th. Oh, hello. You know what we may have randomly done, Phil?
What's that?
If we stick to our schedule, our Christmas 2021 episode could be our 100th episode.
Oh, that
Yeah.
could be quite exciting.
So, I mean, that would be an utterly insane but fortuitous accident on our part.
I'm sure we can make it happen.
Well, exactly. We can, knock the numbers around accordingly to make that the reality. But yeah, God, if our 100th episode could be like a big Christmas quiz that we do live and we get like guests to attend and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be good.
I kind of want to stick with this show just to get to that milestone. I think once we probably get to like 100 episodes and a big kind of like, way, look at us, aren't we great kind of episode. I imagine that's probably where I would go, cool, I'm done now, no more. Like, this is as much as I can give. I'm done, you know?
Yeah, until you go, oh, but 200, that's a nice number.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? As long as it's enjoyable, and it's still enjoyable, mate. I mean, that's the thing. It's funny because it has its ups and its downs. I mean, don't get me wrong, when I have to turn around to the wife and go, right, yeah, it's, night of the week, I'm going to go and do some podcasting. She sort of looks at me like, oh, that again. So, I get it. I do understand the frustration on that side of things. And it is a lot of work. There's times where, I'm sat here uploading this thing to YouTube and wherever else at like 4 a.m. on a Friday, and it's bizarre. But that hasn't really been the case too much during the COVID situation because obviously I've just been here all the time. It was always the worst when I was going out on like Friday night or something. Like, that was always the weird one. It's like,
oh, right, yeah.
I'm going out to a party, and then I'd get home at like 2 a.m. and be like, oh yeah, I got to upload the episode. No bed for me yet. So, that was always fun. But anyway, there you go. That's a fun little insight. So yeah, if any of you guys are interested in, or want to offer us any input or suggestions for Big Fat Quiz 2020, throw it our way. Obviously, we're going to go looking for guests to contribute questions. Last year, we obviously went for some big names within the community. We got Winters, and we got Mikey from Hellstorm, and we got the guys from On the Tabletop.
Didn't we get Pardo as well?
No, you asked him, and he said no.
No. I just think he didn't have time to do it. I think that was it.
That's it. Because we weren't a big enough deal, and we weren't going to increase his numbers. I get it.
maybe. Oh, well, obviously this year we have to get Varric, our new Bezzy, we have to come on the show.
Yeah, Varric could probably do a guest question, as would Mikey, as would... I mean, all the guys who did it last year would probably be up for doing them again. The only thing is whether or not we want to do that, or whether we actually want to get some of our fans to ask us questions. So actually,
a bit like rather than a 5-star review, is a 5-star question.
Well, exactly. We could sort of channel good mythical mornings and get them to be like, hey, it's time to spin the wheel of mythicality, whatever it is, but at the same time ask a question or whatever. But
I like the sound of that. That'd be pretty good.
yeah, I kind of almost prefer to take it in that direction, because I think the thing is like, the reason we do the Christmas episode, the reason we do the big fat quiz thing is because it's for the fans, obviously, and it was kind of nice to do the willy waving and be like, look, we know people. Like, that was kind of cool, I guess, because it sort of, again, adds some validity or adds some legitimacy to the channel, that we get people like Valric and Winters and people willing to contribute to it. But at the same time, it's not really, I'd almost prefer to get people like, like Toke to be, when he was asking questions, or Will, or Luke, or Alex, or any of the people that I talk to on a regular basis in the various comment sections. Adamus, John, Chris, all these guys that we have lots of like back and forths with in the comment sections and stuff. Maybe we should get them to do the questions this time around. So there you go. Throwing it out there. Who knows? Comment below. Tell us what you think.
Exactly.
There you go. Also, while you're there, do a 5-star review, would you? Because crikey, we need them. Jesus. Can't be running out of 5-star reviews. I mean, maybe not a 5-star review. Maybe 4, 3. Please not 1.
5 or bust, basically.
Is it 5 or bust? We only accept 5s.
5 or bust, yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
I mean, we do want honest reviews, but we want honest 5-star reviews.
Yeah, exactly. Either you love the show, or you don't care. That's all we don't, nowhere in between. Anyway, there you go, guys. Look, that's been it. That's episode 59. Done and dusted. We hope you really enjoyed it. We certainly did. And we look forward to seeing you for episode 60 in 2 weeks' time. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.